All right then. Uh, Good morning, everyone. How you all doing? Good morning, Marvin. Good morning, Enrico, and good morning to you, Temporis. How you all doing? Hope you're having a good day so far. Very casual yoga trainer. Oh, nice. I was going for Don't say that out loud. Anyway, caffeinated girls. Well, that's good, I suppose. Good morning, Adam and Don. How you doing, buddy? I haven't seen Cat Peasant in so long that I've added him on Discord now. Right, we're gonna do a bit of network program today. Maybe I think I'm gonna try it. I started working on the music for the other game. For some reason, I can't let that game go. I should be like done with it, but like I just add the music and then you gotta record some sound effects and like okay. well, we'll probably get one of those things done at some point. But anyway. Also, I'm trying a Hyperland today, not on this machine. So what you're seeing around you here is not Hyperland, it's just regular land. I realize that my camera's a little bit wonky because the Hoover has been hoovering around, right? It's almost like you're enjoying yourself. I know Temporis and I shouldn't, right? Filthy streamer having fun, right? Know your place and stay in your lane. Right. Yeah, you're not supposed to be there. Oh, now I know what the issue is. The camera's moved, but so has that thing because the little Robovac has been in here doing things. Right? You shouldn't in this economy. Never, right? Do anything that is fun. If you're doing the things that are fun or expressing yourself in any way, then you are probably in the wrong somehow. Okay, right. So what are we doing today? I thought maybe I was gonna try my hand at network programming, right? But I have to reduce the scope quite significantly, right? For this, there's like a lot of things that you're supposed to do, and I might not do that. No, I am not particularly into web stuff, Enrico, right? So probably not TCP. I'm thinking either UDP or Quick, right? So we can do Axum another time, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Can you? Oh, I just wish. So you just copy and paste Sergeant's exploration work. It depends, right? It depends on what he has used to get there. I haven't caught any of his streams in a long time, so I don't know where he is. There's some UDP stuff for his Godo stuff. I'm probably not gonna copy and paste someone else's code though. Because that would be boring. I think I have to figure out what the scope is before I do anything though, right? And it might mean revisiting our collision code. Maybe. Suddenly I just got a bit unsure. He didn't stream in a while now, right? Yeah, because I feel like I haven't seen him for a bit, right? And I wonder about that. I wonder about that. Okay, so we're supposed to start a new game ID yesterday, but I don't think I will. Start. You know what? Let's have summer instead. I don't think we're gonna start a new game ID. Or maybe we do, but there are some things that I'm a little bit uncertain of, right? When it comes to like how much do you bite off, right? I guess that's the question, right? That I'm trying to figure out here. So the reason we got to where we are now is because we reduced scope quite significantly. All right, we didn't go for like full 3D volumetric everything, real time ray tracing, sausage yarning, um, whatever game, right? Instead, we set the bar pretty low, just like my wife did when she married me. So I think, I think maybe we can do something similar here, right? We can reduce the scope of what we need. We can make it in such a way that we're only building like the bare minimum, right? Uh, but I don't know where my head's at today, right? I mean, you might think that you're looking right at it, but that's my actual head, not the metaphorical one, right? So I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this or not. Yesterday was a tough day, but we'll see, right? Outer space is very likely grinding ape. There's a very likely correct answer to that, right? So yeah, what are we looking at this for? I don't know, right? Okay, so I moved some things into the game library. I think maybe I should move the LDTK stuff in there as well. So let's start with something. Let's start with something easy, right? To-dos. We are going to move the LDTK into TK code into Joy game library. Maybe we should do this. Let me restart the bun. Okay. Good morning, Patrick. What's your first programming language? Basic. Basic was my first one. The thing is, I of the early programming languages, I think I enjoyed Pascal the most, right? Pascal was kind of good. But I don't remember Pascal at all today, right? Like maybe I could brush up on it and be like, oh look, Pascal, right? And do something. But I don't think I can, right? Like yeah. That is the question, Big. What is going on, right? Hello, Footlong. How you going? So should we maybe do some of that then, right? We move some of the LTK code in there. I think that's a good start. Okay, let's do another 30 there. So I'm cooking some food right now. I'm doing a long cook. So I'll have to go and deal with that at some point. But that's not something that takes any significant amount of time, right? My first was also basic on an HP computer. Is Hewlett Packard still a thing? Are they still knocking about? Mm. All right. I guess we can take all of this. This is getting very game engine-y at this point, isn't it, right? So CRTs are like there are people out there who like the CRT TVs who do retro gaming and stuff. So I remember when my mother-in-law wanted to clear out some space and she had this like massive CRT TV. She's like, she just throw this away. I said, if you put that up as being given away, some big nerd is gonna come by and pick it up straight away. And this young guy turned up and he's like, hi, I'm here for the TV. And I looked at him and be like, so how many consoles do you have? Because you can tell straight away, right? But yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Let's see. This is gonna come from Crate instead. That is based on what? We'll have to go through and fix these things. That's not an issue. Wait, why is layer type and map definition should be in this very module? Or not. Okay, so I think what I've done wrong there. Yeah, so we have LDTK as well. Let's copy that into LDTK, and this will be. How do we phrase this? So these are the. Actually, this is the LTK stuff. So the other stuff is gonna be, yeah. Wait, how did that happen? There we go. No. Okay, never mind that. Let's do that, and then we do this instead. Tile map. Okay, let's fix this from here. That's gonna be tile map mod. Let's have a mod LTK in here, and then that's just self. That's better. Tile map. That's super. Thanks for asking. Get rid of that one as well, right? Hello, Katie. My dad worked at HP and was loaning computers to home, and I was also working at HP, so I know a lot of the Hewlett Packard things. I was HP support tech in 1 year and was supporting all the printer pieces stuff. Wow, printers. Damn. Tile map. Super again. That's kind of... And yeah, so entity ID, these are one of those kind of words that makes you terrified when it comes to computers, right? Entities. If you've been around long enough to know that someone's out there thought it was a really good idea to name a class entity, give it one field or one member variable called like ID or something, and then everything is to inherit from there, right? But where does this come from? Entity ID. That's a key that comes from super. Yeah, that should work. Okay, let's see what other issues we have then. Layer ID exists, but it's inaccessible. Okay. Wow, 72 errors. This is going well, right? Baby calls it entity. Yeah. Buenos dias, Zelensky. Would it be correct, Zelensky, if I said huvudhårmedati? Would that be right? All right. What the fuck was that noise? Yeah. So that is a slight different thing there, Keeney, with that, because then you are using it to associate like a key with a bunch of things. Actually, you know what? There's no difference at all, is there? Right? It's exactly the same thing. Yeah, so I thought maybe do multiplayer, Rensky. But first, I gotta clean up some of the code. I don't know what I'm thinking. Okay, good work. Good braining there. Okay. There's so many errors. Relations, that's hard. So why does it say that the layer ID exists, but it's inaccessible here? I think, well, okay. Did I not save that? Can't, oh, wow, okay. Do we need to make them public? I don't know if we do. I think maybe we don't for now. Maybe Marvin. I think maybe I want to do it, right? So I want to look at it. I'm a little bit all over the shop today. Yesterday was a difficult day. Like I was like constantly on the verge of having an attack, right? Which was shit, and it made me very tired and stuff, right? So today I started streaming a little bit later. I've cooked dinner already, or it's being cooked as we speak. I've had a lot of breakfast, so it shouldn't be a lack of food. I got my creatine here, so that should help my brain function. It's quite useful. And I'm thinking maybe we'll try to tackle multiplayer, but gross. If there be multiplayer, then can you allow Nightshade Dude to ban me in the game as well? Has Nightshade banned you? Right? Has he banned you from somewhere? But yeah, so I'm gonna try to do multiplayer. But if my head's not screwed on right, then we might swap to a different task, right? He banned you here, what? Oh, really? When was Nightshade a mod hit? That must have been for like a day or something as a joke, right? My first and only ban. Well, you've been through the crucible of fire, then, right? Okay, let's do this. Let's go to Joy and say watch it. Maybe can we have like a watch it hello runtime meeting in 5 minutes. I love that you always have this little crown next to your name. You got 50 XP runtime. That's that you're about to level up. Okay. I think the arrow thing. Okay, listen. Our detour is now taking a detour, but I had. Oh my god. Welcome Raiders. How you doing, Grim? How you doing? How's your stream? How's it going? Hello, Robotic. How you doing? Literally gambling? I don't believe you. I don't believe you for a second, right? Do we have one for error handling, right? How you doing? How was your stream? What did you get up to? Anything fun? Anything joyous? Went well. All right. Thank you for the raid. Enjoy. It's because I'm the best. You better believe it, runtime. It's like just you and I know this, okay? That much was it is obvious, runtime. It is obvious, right? But we can't let other people in on this little like this like sub community that we have, right? only like exclusive chatters can be part of this conversation, right? Is the multiplayer gonna run on WebSockets for browser compatibility? I don't know. All right, that is a question that I have to answer. So really, on that note, what we should do is we should define a scope for the networking, right? So it's decided what we're gonna do, right? I tried to build a game library in the past that was built on top of networking. So the core of it was network, right? And I failed at completing that. I don't know why. I don't know why I succeeded in building Joy. So I kind of wish I could do like an in-depth analysis of what made me complete this thing, but not that thing. But I believe at like a shallow, superficial, external extrospection. All right, I'm gonna stop making things up. But I believe like from a bird's eye perspective, or bird's eye view rather, that it comes down to the size of the scope, right? And there's a lot of things that you should do if you're going to make a network game, right? You're going to have certificates, you're going to encrypt your data, you're going to have authentication, you're going to have error correction. If you're writing this on top of UDP, then you have like three different things to deal with. You have things like ordered guaranteed delivery, unordered guaranteed delivery, and unordered no guarantee delivery, right? Something like that, right? So this is all coming from reliable order. Yeah, this is all coming from like Gaffer on Games, right? There's an article on there. I think if we go to my website and we look at the links that I find useful. There we go, right? So there's this whole old post by Glenn on doing this, right? And we might go through this, okay? However, I would rather make this in such a way where we reduce the scope to be as small as possible, right? So maybe we say something like local networking only. Probably not that. That's too boring. But anyway, we'll reduce the scope so it becomes manageable. Then I will deal with the mental anguish of chat's reactions to what we're doing, rather than increasing the scope, right? I might once I understand exactly what everyone's gonna cry about, I can just put a little note on here to address that. But I says I don't know what the scope's gonna be yet. We kind of have to define that, right? No, we're not gonna do TCP based because of head of line blocking, right? So I know that much. I don't want to do anything turn based. I don't want to do. I know that much. I know that I want to be able to run a server that does the physics computation and shares that with all the clients. And the clients have a series of frames that they interpolate across, right, for doing things. So that much I know, right? Even though I don't know anything about this, I do know that. Okay, so we have the warn things. I think I want another run command here for just error. So show warnings. we'll do show errors. So this is going to be show warnings, show errors. Like so, right? Minecraft uses TCP as well. Yeah, I think we've already had this conversation. But I know roughly what I want to do, right? So maybe I should write that, right? Maybe I should write it down here. So run physics on the server. Then we have, what is it? What else do we have, right? So this is why, Rensky, in the conversation that you and I had some time ago or some days ago, right? This is why I said that I wanted to be able to run my physics step at a very slow rate. So maybe we only simulate the world 20 times a second, right? So we're gonna run physics on the server, sample input from clients, renders, actually, TPS, times per second, right? So I know that this is a very like it's a very big topic, and I don't know anything about this topic, right? So I have to say this: if you're here thinking that you're gonna learn network programming from games, you are going to be very disappointed. Okay, you're going to watch someone fail at network programming for games rather, right? Sample input from clients. We are going to send full and partial state, game state. So the important things about this stuff is the thing that I think is going to be the hardest to solve here, and we have some resources for this. So let me show you the resources we have, right? So we have the Gaffron Games one. So let's do resources. Gaffron Games. And there's another one. So there's the Valve engine networking. Right, that should be enough to get me there. There you go. Source, not Valve, source. I feel like the joke about this is now so old that I can't make it anymore, right? There we go. Nope, that's the same URL. Wait, why? Thank you. That was a very confusing moment. BS? Probably, right? We are either, we are decide between Quick or UDP, right? So that decision is going to be based on something, right? So we are not making this choice until we have the scope, right? So I think that is kind of part of the scope, maybe, right? With web transport, it changes the landscape a little bit, but we are kind of not there just yet. So I have to fix, I don't have to do anything, but I'm going to fix this thing first, okay? This is a typical example of where I have built something that I now use frequently that was just hacked together, right? Let's do So what happens here then? Okay, we do WASM, and then we'll do command is run command build WASM, like so. And then here we're gonna panic here. Can we panic here? Panic. Actually, this should show help. Until I know what I'm gonna do with that, we're just gonna say show help. There. That is sufficient. So if we have show warnings, show clipper warnings, then we're printing the warnings. Okay, so we can probably do a similar thing with show errors. No. Find W, change to equal sign. There you go. I'm gonna read out by Vimke. I'm trying Hyperland on my laptop now, because Sway has seemed to have some issues with the input handling for my trackpad on my laptop. It seems very unresponsive. It seemed better in Hyperland, but now it seems like it's equally balked. So I don't know what's going on there, right? That's a frustrating thing, but it is what it is, right? We have warnings. So let's do a new source. Warnings here. No, apparently not. New source errors instead. And mod errors. And then here there'll be errors instead. Blah, blah, blah. Warning. What's a warning in this case, right? A text and a path. Okay, so we're gonna change warning to something else. That is the lines iterator. That is our warning for now. And then we're gonna rename you to location instead. And fix that. And we're gonna move location to the root here instead. And then there we go. And there we go. Right, we got 2 warnings now. That's probably because I'm not doing anything with this. So here we're gonna collect warnings instead. So for error in self, error text, error path, right? This is very, very bad when you copy and paste code like this. But again, I'm not supposed to spend time on this thing. I just do it anyway, because I don't know any better. You'd think after all these years, right? Yeah, I don't know what that is yet. So I have to look at an error to see that. So cargo check, it's gonna say error colon, and other than that, it's fine, right? Right, this exactly the same code, right? The only thing that we need for this is to choose whether it's warnings or errors that we react to. Okay, what's the actual warning here though? Error is never constructed. Okay, that makes sense, right? Okay, so let's do a cargo install of this thing, and then we run it here. So we run watch it. Okay. That was not right. Yeah, that's also missing. So let's do the show help thing. Okay. Cargo install again, but there's something wrong with this arrow. Other than that, though. I think error is fine. Right, that is doing it, but it's not doing what I want it to do. It's showing the warnings instead. Like, hello, Scott. How you go, mate? How's tricks? Okay, let's go to lib. Let's do show errors. Panic. They are on here, right? No. It's not doing it, is it? Happy to hear it. Show errors is not happening. Why is this not happening? Okay, it is definitely trying to show the errors. So that's not the issue. Why are we not getting to the error then? Yeah, we can't have that anymore, so we can get rid of that. If show warnings or clipper warnings do that, if show errors, then do this. So I don't. Well, actually, there is a lot of errors here, which is why we're doing this. No. That's very strange, right? Oh, what an annoying error. But we're in no rush anywhere today, so we'll take the time it takes. We create the server here. Okay, if we just run this, it should just... Oh. Why did that happen? That should just have shown the help. Okay, let's see. We'll give that another 30 maybe. Hang on, I gotta check on the food. Not yet, though. Not yet. Oh. Then why don't we make show help a command instead? Wrong command. Wrong command. Great. Run command is what we're looking for. There we go. So this should just show the help. Yeah. That's good. And if we now cargo run skill issue, right? So that happened. Okay. I am so confused by this output. Okay, if we do this. That is doing the same thing. Why is it showing the errors? Ah. Right. Right. I think I know what the deal is here. No, I don't. I don't know that at all. So we run this and then we get the output. And I think maybe this one fails, does it? No, it doesn't. Hello, Araga, how you doing? The status is not success. That's what it is. Okay, so we just have to move this one up here. It's just an ordering issue. Maybe. Well, that's not right. Oh my. Wow, why is that happening? We're supposed to get the error output here. And the output is there, yeah. Let's do this then. Let's just print out the stud error output like so. There are lots of errors in there. Okay, so why would that not work then? If error in self, and then here we go. We're looking for that starts. Oh, right. There's the issue. Oh my goodness. Okay, small troubles, but troubles nonetheless. There we go. No, that is not where we go at all. Now, why are we seeing all this other guff? Did I forget to... Yeah, I forgot to save the file. Rookie mistake. There we go. Okay, and now we see that as a warning. There it is. And that we don't want yellow, we want red. Okay. Red E. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. It should be done very, very soon, Daraka. So I have to go and turn the pressure cooker off. That's not enough arrows, though. There should be more arrows in here. So there's something missing. Before we get on with it, right? You know, do you have a pressure cooker? Have you made anything in a pressure cooker? All right, if we do a toggle check here, there should be like 72 arrows here. All right, so where does it stop? Ah, right. We have all of these things as well that are for the arrows, right? We're not going to use regular expressions. Instead, we're just going to check for if it starts with that or not, right? That's very good, Araga. I also have that skill. Sometimes that flag is set to enable despite me trying not to, though. If it starts with error or so we have to do the parsing instead here because we have different kinds. We have to parse out this thing too. So if we have this, then we have to look for the closing thing, but we're not going to write a parser for this, right? That would be kind of silly. Oh, that's cool, Danaka. Sorry I missed it. I was so tired yesterday, but I think maybe I've had a kind of relaxed morning, slept all right-ish, so maybe if you're up for it today, you want to stream today, maybe I'll come and hang for a little bit. I mean, you gotta start somewhere, right? Hello, Tabby. It does now. Maybe you can replace Temporis. Okay, Temporis, like what? But Temporis used to stream these difficult games or extraction shooters or whatever, and I would watch him stream, and I would be so productive. I would sit in the sofa with my laptop, Temporis gaming on the TV, chatting a bit with him, and working on some code, and I got so much stuff done. But Temporis selfishly stopped streaming, so now I don't know. But maybe Tanaka can start streaming, and I can do that then, right? Don't stream in 4K. Just downscale it to 1080p, Tanaka. Though, like that's you don't have to stream in 4K, right? I think streaming in 4K is not doing yourself any favors, right? Because viewers with like less than good. So Twitch is like this: if you stream 1080p and the view can't handle that stream, the bit rate or whatever, then they can downgrade to 720p. If you stream in 4K and the view can't handle that, they can downgrade to 720p. You can't go from 4K to 1080p, which is really annoying. You are streaming in 1080p. Well, then I don't know what your OBS settings are. Maybe you've turned on the insane setting. So what should we do here? We'll skip the error part, and then if text Now, that's so annoying that you have to do that. Fair enough. Yeah, this is annoying. Let's do this instead. If text is equal to that. Oh, you cough. Okay, that's kludgy, but I think it's fine. No. No. If text doesn't start with error. No idea, Rom. It's weird though. Because I wanted to stream 4K for something I was doing once, and people were griping because they couldn't watch it. They couldn't watch it in 1080p. Gotta remember to drink my brain juice. Made by soaking brains in water. Okay, don't be gross. Don't be gross. I dreamt that my wife and I had a baby, and it did not make me happy. In the meantime, while I'm figuring this out, why don't you guys tell me about like your really boring dreams? Okay, tell me what boring dreams you've had last night. I hate people telling me the dreams, right? But now I'm asking for it. So, oh man, I had this dream yesterday. I was like this rattlesnake and a raccoon, and like my toe was an alarm bell, and I'm like, fine. But now I'm asking you, tell me your boring shit dreams. Come on, man. That's disgusting, Danaka. You're banned from this conversation. Having friends. What do you like? Think you're better than us? That is kind of gross though, right? Size of a small dog. But was it like a cute, happy roach, or was it like a normal, disgusting one? Was it like a hissing one, or what kind was it, right? Mm. Why is this not working? That is disgusting. I don't have dreams often, but whenever I have dreams, they're nightmares. That's horrifying, right? I have nightmares sometimes too, but like every time I talk about nightmares with people, they seem to talk about nightmares as something that only happens to children, right? And I'm like, really? I remember one nightmare I had, and when I'm thinking back on the nightmare, it gives me goosebumps, right? It's terrifying. Why is this thing not working? If it starts with error or that, otherwise, okay, so let's just print out there is an error here lurking somewhere. Is this logic wrong? If the text, oh, if the text starts with, let's do this. If it doesn't start, is the word error anywhere else in there, right? Yeah, no, we can't do that. Okay. We can say this instead. If the we can do that instead. Oh, you have to do that, do you? Oh, that's really annoying too. Really? That becomes an array instead of a slice? Can we write this then? No, I still want it to be an array. We can do... that. No, still need that. Okay, so then we can just say... There we go. And then we have to have that. What a hack. Whoops. Okay. So we do find arrows now. Oh, really? So we can't do that then. Hang on, I'm missing all your beautiful dreams. Let me scroll up. I was in a library class and lost my laptop. Very interesting stuff. That is plenty pedestrian and delightful, Caleb. That soon thing, I got it working yesterday on another laptop. I think it was because I didn't log in that it wasn't working. and it was a lot of fun. And then I found a bunch of other free VSTs. Oh my god, so much stuff, right? Then Cameron Diaz was big into cars. She took me for a drive and we talked about car stuff. I don't know anything about cars. That's pretty good, Rom. Talked about my therapist and this business as part of my neurological disorder. It's never fun when things you are concerned about or think about is getting dismissed by someone who's allegedly an expert, right? Well, actually, no, a therapist is not a protector. A psychologist is, but a therapist is not, right? So you can say if there are psychologists, there would be an expert. If there are therapists, they are allegedly an expert. Maybe. Interesting. So I thought everyone dreamt every night. It's just that we don't remember our dreams. I thought our dreams were basically just us thinking, right? But again, I'm not the dream expert. Okay, so we can just say if text.len is less than 6, then continue, right? But this is so stupid, right? Not getting a proper night's sleep is a bit of a nightmare in itself, though, right? Okay, I'm just going to see this working, and then we are going to... Yeah, this is what I want, right? Although we seem to be stuck in an infinite loop, maybe. No, we're not. Why are we not seeing anything else after that, right? I remember things with sort, live log, dream log, and save log. I wonder if it's like people that have no inner monologue. I wonder if it's like people that have no inner monologue. You weirdos. My inner voice, like, you're doing great. You can do it. You're amazing. And I'd be like, yeah. And then I'd be like, psych, fuck you, buddy. Have some doubt. And like, no, we're almost there. No. Okay, maybe this is sufficient, but now I need to clean this up because there's no part of this that I actually like. I think the whole thing was kind of gross. So let's just fix this, right? So instead, we're gonna have this be an output. We're gonna have a something that we are tracking, like the keywords, which can be a backup string. Cool. In a troll, right? And then we'll say, well, we could do if self dot keywords doesn't contain text. Wow. How annoying is that? That's a good documenter. So we have keywords. That's not really what they are. They are... I'm doing something really silly now. I shouldn't be doing this, but I can't stop myself. There's something wrong, and I am just going for it. There's like the moment where like, what are you investing time in right now? Do you have infinite time on this earth? Should you be doing this? Shut up, brain. I need this done. Do you though? Is this valuable time spent? Shut up, brain. It is. I want to do it. All right then. Fuck you, brain. All right. If the length is less than 6, then continue. So we have error colon, and then we have warning colon, right? You're gonna have a warning colon. So this one doesn't really work if we're gonna have the same thing. I shouldn't do it the same. You know what? Undo all of this. Okay, let's just leave it as this thing that worked, right? We'll leave it, and then we use it, and then we move on. Okay, cargo install path. There's no reason to fuck around with this. Maybe one day I will. Not today. Okay, so let's do watch it and let's start going through the arrows. That's what we're gonna do, right? Okay, so why is that an issue? Lifetime parameters in types are deprecated. That shouldn't be an error though, but okay. No, 215. Is it the grid tile that has a lifetime? Oh, it is too. Oh, wow. Okay. This is happening, right? 138. So I have... Oh, no. What? Can't find the position on 249. That's... Okay, so we just have to import the position. That should get rid of a bunch of things. Probably fix that one too. Should get rid of a bunch of things. 249. Oh, size. Okay, layer ID, push list. Okay, so now I can go and check the food. Hang on. Okay, I have a thought here. Do you want to keep this white or not? Maximum strength. Okay, hang on. Done. There we go. All right. So yeah, I had to go and turn off the pressure cooker. Now it's gonna stay warm for 6 to 8 years in there, so we can wait half an hour before we even go and deal with that next, right? I just had to also check the concrete pour I did, which is curing as we speak, but I had to add some moisture to it. Okay, so later the push list. Where's the push list? 240. All right, push list. We could just import that. All right. I should probably list how many arrows we have at least, so I know that part. So let's put a counter on here. Zero. And then here we can just do what? A bit difficult. No, hang on. That's what is going on here? Shut up, reborrows. Okay. Yeah, of course not. Okay, sorry, I'm being a complete banana brain here, right? Because here we take ownership of this, so that doesn't work. But why does this work? Ah, we never used self. That's why. Okay, so forget you counter. Okay, counter, be gone. There we go. All right, so we have the count here, right? Make it red. Okay. Do not counter it. 40 errors. Okay, that's definitely an improvement from the 75 that we had. 211 is missing map. 123 is missing a region. Secondary map on 35. Okay, we can't find the macro key. That is the real issue, isn't it? All right. That should make this a little bit better. Okay, so we are missing the size. What's the most errors I've ever had? That was I think that was when I was refactoring Sergeant Pepper's code to use a newer version of Anathema, and I think I clocked up something like 600 errors or whatever. I actually do remember that. There's no push list, and now there is a push list. There's no size. So I prefer working like this as opposed to having the arrows in here. This is actually very comfortable to work with. So I can choose from up here which errors I think are relevant and then work with that, right? I don't know, actually, Tanaka. I just put something on. It's just what we have in our lives right now. Let's just do this. And now we can do this and just go walk between the arrows. That's all there is, right? One more. Oh yeah, looking at it. Woof, okay. But 57 warnings is not okay. So tile map is never constructed. I do want to print out the warnings as well. And we make the warnings yellow instead. We could do this. No, that's red. Like that. Maybe that looks nice. And then I have to do the same thing for the arrows, but it's not a biggie. So we can see the number of warnings. Oh, there's so much space. Whoops. Why is there so much space there? That's why. Okay, let's do the same thing for the arrows. Okay. Textures, new and level are never used. Why are they not used? Time map. Okay, so to make sure that I'm not breaking the existing game, let's just go in here and let's remove the tile map usage from here. And let's just add tile map here. And that is going to be... Actually, that can maybe look like this. There's no tile map in Joy. There is now. So we take LDTK out of there as well. And we can do that. All right, we have to make the LDTK module public. Get rid of that and that and that. Okay, I think that's fine. Tile map, enjoy. Oh man, we can't be adding en stuff to this. People might think it's an engine then, and then we're in all kinds of goopy trouble. Okay, so we're currently refactoring, and I'm failing to tell you what is going on. Right, I'm adding the tile map stuff from here, from this game. Well, it is a game now, isn't it? And oh man, okay, let's just one death. Oh, it's quite nice with the keyboard. Okay, anyway, so I'm adding the tile map stuff from here. UID is never used in LTK. Let's go to 103. Then we get rid of that. Then we can clear this out, right? Position and size are never read from this rect. I don't know. Is this used anywhere? It's used in the entity. Okay. I think we'll just make it public instead, right? Builder 11. Index is never used. Okay. Making sure that this doesn't break, right? Tiles and layers are never read. From layers reference. What are we using the layers reference for? Layers are never read. I can't imagine this being right. We'll take layers out, but no. Tile sets and layers. There's a comment in here somewhere. I might have deleted that comment though. I have. Okay. I'm looking for a comment that reads the texture stuff from the tile map instead. No, here it is. Scene load texture. Yeah, so self-load map the textures. That's... I guess we don't use layers. Layers on tile map. Then we get rid of it. Tile sets and layers. So layer reference is never created or never used, right? Strange, but okay. Set index is never used. I think that's wrong, isn't it? Oh, but how? When the tile layer is actually there. Okay, this is one of those wild things. So is a level ref never constructed then? Like, how do you know that when it's public? Sendix is never used. Tile set ID is more private than the item layer instance. Okay, so tile set ID. And what is the layer instance doing? Yeah, where is the ID used then? How is that true? Huh? What? How is this? How is this an issue? This is never public. Okay. Because enum fields don't have visibility, do they? Okay. Then we have to expose it. Same thing there. Global offset is never used, if you say so. This one blows my mind. How is this even possible to say that that's never used when it's public? Right. I reckon this is probably why. So no, it isn't. Path buff, is it that one? Yeah, no. That was not it. Almost there. The module is not public. It is public. Isn't it? Yeah, module tile map is public. And that's a function, not a field. God damn it. Oh, my brain. Okay. One warnings in plural. One warnings. You know what? That annoys me. It shouldn't, but it annoys me. Wow, what a pedantic nonsense that is, right? And let's do the same thing here. Map, please. Thank you. Wait, why aren't you updating? What? What? Unused imports, layer ID. But there is no layer ID. In tile map. Layer ID, map layer, and tile layer. What? Am I in the right place? What? Am I insane? Don't answer that. Source tile map. Line 4. There is nothing on line 4. Okay, hang on. Wait, I'm in the wrong place. I'm an idiot. Don't tell anyone. I would. Editing the wrong project, okay? That's the it's fine. You see nothing. Okay. All right. Woo. Okay. Okay. That would have happened if you wrote Haskell. No, because I would have died alone from sadness. Okay. How you doing, Carl? Good morning to you, mate. No warnings. We are good to go. Then let's commit some code. What's today's commit message? It's gonna be this. That's our commit message of the day. It is factual, right? Because no one writes Haskell, that's why. All right, so let's go into here. Now we have done this. Okay, sorry for the detour. Let's do it, right? One thing that we need to be able to do is run a Joy instance without a renderer then, right? So we run it as a server. Is that true? What would that look like? We have the run function that takes the setup here. So we need to have the state in there maybe. No, I think this will look very different. If we were to run this as a server, first of all, there's no platform running. Let's do new source server.rs lib mod server. All right, we're gonna have to do some definitions here, right? Programming jokes. You guys are killing me, right? Okay, where's the run function? So we call platform run, which calls run app on the app, which is the game. Okay, so can we run just the game then? No, that doesn't make any sense. We don't have a proxy or anything. We don't have a graphic context. We do have... Do we even have a scene to run? No. No, we don't. I think this would just be completely separate, right? So we'll have connections. And we will just... Okay, we need a time step. There we go. Okay. So we can get from our core... Yeah, this is all going to be client-based, but we need a time step for the physics though, right? Does everything want a fixed time step? Yeah, by default it does. Okay, so we can do something like this. We're gonna have this code at least somewhere. If in doubt, just call your functions lol. Shift G, motherflopper. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, then we need to have an accumulator on here. That's a floating point value. That needs some kind of delta time. Maybe. Or a deltoid. We need a frame time. Is that a duration? No, it's also a floating point value. There's no tick function here. Okay, the accumulator is definitely a duration, which means that the frame time is a duration too. Which means we have to use duration. So we are specifically using the standard library's time here because the server should not be available in the WASM build, right? The server is very, very much run this on. Wow. Yeah, very much run this on some non-webby stuff, right? Okay, that was it for the time step. Thank you for watching. I'll see you all tomorrow. All right, let's go back to the core fixed time step. We're going to call advanced on this thing. What are we doing with the alpha value afterwards? I would hope that we do something. Yes, that's the value that is remaining after the time step. That's what this is. So we need to do something with that. Hello, Gabby. How you doing? Are you gabbing today or what? Are you chewing the fat? Are you powwowing? What do we do for this thing? Looking forward to the weekend. Who isn't? I'm good, mate. I'm good. I think the server should have something similar to a scene in that case, right? So we will make that into a module. Oh, I gotta do that this week in Cal. Borrowed what do you call them? A graphical novel for my kid. I don't remember what it's called. But she likes them. So I have to return. She finishes, I have to return and find another one. Do you guys have any good graphical novel for children to recommend, right? Young adults, maybe, right? Not like 5-year-old kids. Graphical novels. It can have a bit of violence, but it shouldn't be anything from like what are they called? Dark Horse? Is that it? It shouldn't be anything from there. They are I think they might be a little bit too violent. Maybe the server can have a world instead that we're just working with. Source server world.rs pub trait world. Whoops. Okay, so we need to pass all this stuff in. Well, ish. Oh, wow. Shit. Time flies when you wish you were dead. Hang on. Okay. Yeah. So I'll go up again. 3 minutes. Deal with the food. I'll put the kettle on as well, just to be sure. Right? But I think we're good here. So we're gonna have the frame time as a duration here. Accumulator will be 0. So we have the frame time. We have accumulator. That is 0. We have an alpha value. That is 0. And we have a world. We are the world. Okay, then. I know, right? So I have to go to this event, and I asked the wife, what's the dress code for this event? And she's like, well, don't wear shorts and t-shirt. And I, okay, cool. So do I have to put on a suit? She says, no, don't wear a suit either. All right, so what am I supposed to wear then? And she was like smart casual. I said, what's smart casual in 2026? So I looked it up, and I'm not dressing like that, right? So there is that. The joy. Tick, mute, self, bam. Bam, a lame. What should we do? Are you the one coming out of the cake? I don't know what kind of smart casual parental events you go to, but there is no cake involved in any form, right? So here we're just going to call self.tick with the frame time. No, it's the world.tick with the frame time. So the world has a frame time. That's a duration. That comes from stud time. Fine. I think that's all we need for the world, right? We're supposed to sample inputs from clients, and and do things, right? So sample inputs from all the clients now. What does that mean? I asked myself. It just means what? Heinz means beans? No, that is not what that means. But. All right, hang on. Food is taken care of. Tea is brewing. I also don't know, how do you like keep concrete moist when it's wrapped in something, right? Like what? How do you do that? I just like put a bit of water around the edge, but that's all I can do. Okay, so while we're waiting for another 2 minutes for the tea to be done, I realized we're gonna put the server behind a feature flag, and I can't add any more stuff now until I know what we're going to do, right? Do we have features? No, we do not. So let's add. Wait, why was that turned off? You know what? Forget about it, right? Features, default will feature something, and then server will be something, okay? And here we'll say is that how you do it? Maybe. Now we're getting a warning, so that is not right. No, okay. Conditional compilation. Conditional module based on feature. Let's see what this looks like. Config. Okay, so is it maybe not the word features? Feature, not features. Okay. Done. And then we can. So now we can decide whether we want to have what kind of runtime we're going to have. And now we get to the boring part of our lives, right? Where we have to read like lemmings, like nerds. So let's have a look at what that's going to be like then. I'm pretty sure I wrote something about networking somewhere else. Oh, wow. Look at this. This is some old writing. When is this from? 2025. It's over a year old that I wrote this or was digging around in this thing, right? Okay. Let's have a look at this. Oh, no, this is probably way too low level for what we're going to do. All right. So let's go and look for more. I looked at something recently. Web transport and game dev. That's what I'm looking at, right? Okay. I'll be right back. Tea's ready. Cup of tea just for me. Cup of tea just for me. You know you're a winner in life if you don't have milk at home, right? I'm out of milk. Not cake, but people definitely put things in their mouths on those parties. The cake is just decoration. I think you need to take a child to a different school. Okay, check out W Transport. Right. Let's have a look at this thing. This is probably something to look at. That's what I just said, didn't I? Let's look at this thing. Just drink tea. I am drinking tea. Thank you. But it's too hot to drink now. Right? What do I do, Rebel? It's too hot to drink. And how are you this fine morning? All right. Okay, so this is what we're going to look at. Library documentation. So is this released on crates? There's a lot of people working on this. Is that you, Cat? You're one of those mentally ill persons who drink tea with milk. I was not declared mentally unstable because of how I drink tea. Thank you very much. Okay. That came with the Rust code. Simple API, if you say so. Browser integration. Getting started. Examples, local examples. And then let's go to crates and look at W Transport. It's here. Over 3. You gotta have 3. Otherwise, what do you have? All right, so let's do a let's cargo add transport to this, but it is a conditional one. Shit. Why would we do that? Okay, never mind. You are a version. And optional is true without the dubs. And then here we'll have W transport in there. You tried black tea and milk and it tasted like water with old sock in it. First of all, why do you know what water with an old sock tastes like? If that's part of your palate, I probably shouldn't be taking any kind of food, culinary suggestions, advice, or observations from you, right? I prefer to wear my programmer socks on my feet and supposedly over my knee as well, but that's a different story. Not in my tea water, thank you kindly. All right, we're gonna go and change our toml file to include server here. And then if we go here, will this work? It should give us warnings now. Many delicious warnings. Look, man, I'm not judging you. Whatever you do in the kitchen, that's entirely up to you, okay? I'm not here to judge you, right? If you eat it or flush it down the toilet, it's between you and Jeebus, right? Don't involve me in that, please. We're gonna make that public so we can just import that. But we do seem to have quite two fancy warnings. Do we care about warnings when we're developing? No, not really. We care about Listen, Christoph and other sick developers, okay? Look at those two warnings. They are perfectly fine to have there while I'm working on this now, okay? If they were errors, I would be very unhappy, okay? All right. So we're going to run the physics on the server at some given rate. So why don't we have a run function here that takes ownership of self, and then we're just gonna go from here. All right. What do we need to do in our run function? We need to accept new clients. We need to tick the world. We need to read inputs. We need to what else we need to do, right? So the question is how we're going to do this, and if this is going to be done using async, then we probably have to make this run function async. If we don't need async for this, then we can probably get away with just writing a just adding a thread for doing a lot of these things, right? So we're going to do a lot of communications between these things by writing and sharing memory, right? In forms of queues and such, right? But first, we must read. We're going to start with examples to get an idea for what that actually looks like. Okay, Tokyo, we've already lost. Okay, so we probably have to make that function async. So let's go to our toml and let's add Tokyo. And then Tokyo. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. So we can make that async and be done with it. Actually, you know what? Maybe we don't need to add Tokyo. I should not have done that. You know what? We can fix that. What? Oh, wrong. Wrong command, you lemon. Okay, so let's have a look at how this works then, right? And API simple. So we probably should take a detour into temp cargo new server cd server. Okay. Let's clean up in Isle Rust. Okay. That was someone else's code. Need that. Don't know about that. Probably need that. Don't need any of these things. Busy? I don't think so. Database test? Sure. Demo? Maybe. No, 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 no. Not mine. No. No. Maybe. Just so I can look at it. No. Yes. No, no, no. No, no, no. Nah. A swing set. Take that. Yeah, want that. The problem? No. Time step? Maybe. Translator? No. No, no, no. No, no, no. Okay. Easy. Let's cargo new server. ZD server. Cargo add Tokyo. And W transport. Okay. So let's write a server that we can then try this out with. Tokyo main async function. And let's have a look then. For a quick start, this library referred to endpoint. About web transport is a modern protocol built on quick and 3, providing an alternative to and WebSocket. It's designed for efficient client-server communication with low latency and bi-directional multi-stream data exchange capabilities, making it suitable for a wide range of applications, although we only care about one. Web transport guarantees secure and reliable communication by leveraging encryption and authentication to protect your data during transmission. Web transport offers 2 key communication channels, streams and datagrams. Web transport streams are communication channels that provide ordered and reliable data transfer. Interesting. Web transport streams are such a yeah, that's too low effort based Rebel. Right? It's too low effort. Web transport streams allow sending multiple sets of data at once within a single session. Each stream operates independently, ensuring that the order and reliability of one stream do not affect the others. Streams can be unidirectional or bidirectional. Order preserved, guaranteed delivery, flow controlled, secure, all traffic encryption, and multiple independent streams. Datagrams are lightweight and unordered communication channels, prioritizing quick data exchange without guarantees of reliability or sequence. So here, if we were to use something like this, we would tag the packets with our own counters. So we would know what the last message was, and we can disregard anything before that if we are not requiring the message to be delivered. Let's say hypothetically that, now this is not what you should do, but let's say that we were doing this on the client, we were always transmitting where we are in the world. Then an old packet contains an old location, which is no longer relevant, right? So this is why that can be useful, but we just have to tag it with a position. Now, obviously that is subject to cheating. So to get around the whole like cheating thing, just run the entire simulation on the server and don't worry about it, right? Just start from the server as the source of truth and it's fine, right? Explore operational server and client examples below. The elegantly simple yet potent API empowers you to get started with minimal code. All right, so let's look at what we have and what we need, okay? A server config, we're binding this to this port. Load, cert, and keep PEM files. We don't have those, but we can probably just make our own. Well, if we're gonna do that, then I don't know if this allows for like self-signed certificates, right? Server has an endpoint config, and then incoming session, incoming request, incoming session, incoming request. And then a connection. Why are there so many things here? I don't know. See repository server example for the complete code. Yes, we shall. Okay, there's a gen cert here. Okay, so we can use self-signed certificates. All right, that's good. Can I create self-signed certificate? Store a certificate to file, cert file. All right. Okay, that's fine. See repository for this is a client. We're gonna connect to some host and then await, and then see that. Re-exports Quinn that requires the Quinn feature. When would we? What would we use Quinn for? Do we need to enable Quinn for quick, or is that specific? That's I'm unsure about this one. Right, very unsure now. It seems quite simple on the surface, which is kind of good. But then there's a lot of questions around this, but either way, we're good. We're good. So let's do the basic thing. Let's get something up and running. Let's get something up and running that we could just see communication between a client and a server, right? Okay, so we need to add some features for Tokyo, right? We need to say version is that, and then features is that. Now, which features do we want? We can just get all the features, right? And we're good. Okay. All right. So we need to generate a certificate. We're just going to grab this code here because that's what we need. Oh, you can do that now. Okay. Another amazing feature. Thank you. All right. And then let's review this code briefly. All right. All right. Okay. So we need identity self-signed. That's what we're going to pass in the host. Certificate change, store, pen file, cert file. Okay. Okay, so what does this do? Certificate change. Why can I go there? Because we probably need to import this. Okay, and then what does this return? There's no location for that. So we need... okay, so there's a TLS that we need as well. That becomes apparent here. Oh yeah, we'll get to that, right? Okay. All right, let's see. That is depending on something that we don't care about. And same thing. You know, we could probably just add, we can just do this. Anyhow. And then we can do this, a result of a unit. And then we can use the result from anyhow, like that. All right. So what does the certificate chain actually give us? Returns a reference to the certificate chain associated with the identity. Okay. So an identity can be self-signed. There probably is an alternative for a different constructor then, right? First chain function already on next line. So that's Rust format. If I understand what you mean, if we only did this, then it would place it on one line. It depends on how your Rust format is set up and what it allows, right? Well, that's a good or bad thing, though. I actually argue in favor, almost argue in favor of Go, right? Because there, to my knowledge, you cannot configure the formatter. And if you can't configure the formatter, that means that everyone who writes Go code has the same formatted code, right? So you might not like it, but you get used to it. And if you get used to it, then you don't care anymore. And when you no longer care, everyone just writes the code with the same formatting, right? And that would be kind of nice, right? Certainly add less friction. Okay, so self-signed is one option. We can also load PEM files from our machine somewhere. Like if we have if we have a generator certificate, so let's say we want to run this on a server in some VPS somewhere, right? Then we can just use something like certbot to generate this stuff, right? So then we would upload the certificates and make them available here, right? Self-signed, and then that's fine, probably. We might get some errors. I don't know. Private key, store secret PEM file, and then certificate serial. I don't know why we would print that out, or why we would print that out either, right? So what does this actually do? We store the file. Okay, so this doesn't actually generate a certificate, right? This just stores the files. There should be, well, it's called GenCert, but okay, maybe this is stores the certificate chain in PEM format into a file asynchronously. Okay, so this will just generate 2 files. So we only have to run this once. And that's it. Now we should have two keys here, or a certificate here, right? All right. So again, we would not do that, obviously, if we were supposed to run this in the wild somewhere. Oh, is Josh guy in there? Okay. He has been a pretty big contributor to Rust. But it may look atrocious like Java. Yeah, but you just get used to it, right? Hello, Skylar. That's the point. So if you just, I mean, if you program Java, you're used to Java, right? So whether it looks awful or not, right? But I think the reason Java looks awful to a lot of people is because of the verbosity of the language, right? And again, mostly to non-Java developers. I think if you write Java every day, you probably don't care, or you know, you're not that bothered by it, I assume. I could be wrong. It happened once, right? Okay, so what are we doing here? Oh, I can't drink that tea, man. It is not drinkable. Oof. I don't think Rust is more verbose than Java. Rust has a lot of things that makes the language less verbose, unless Java has introduced some of these things. I haven't looked at Java in a very long time, right? But if Java now have proper type inference and can short circuit certain things, it has. I think they use the question mark for like nullable things. So you have exceptions and exception handling. So what can be written as like one word with a question mark in Rust becomes like 4 lines of Java or whatever, right? But again, it depends entirely on what you're doing, right? Okay, so we're going to configure our server. Let's have a look at the server config builder. So let's start with that, all right? So config is server config builder. Is it a new? No, it's server config and then builder. So probably that then, right? Question mark. So this gives us a server config builder, and you can see that this is using the type state pattern. So if we look at these things, there's probably going to be a few, state types for client server builder. So you'll probably go through the different steps to generate something that you can use, and it simply won't allow you to run anything until you've gone through all the steps, right? But it's pretty good, right? So with bind default, and this is a port, right? Then we have an identity where we're gonna load our files, right? Our certificate. So identity is identity, and then we're gonna load. Load PEM files. Is that right? No, it isn't. That's right. And what do you want? Cert and key. Okay. Well, we've named this already. So we have a cert file and a key file. That can probably fail. So we'll return a result here. And just chuck an OK at the bottom of this. At the bottom of the hill. Do we have to await this? Is this an async thing? Yeah, it is, right? We can bring the runtime at a later stage. We don't have to include a runtime with our server, which is a kind of a nice thing, but arguably superfluous, right? Tokyo is kind of ubiquitous when it comes to Rust and async stuff. In the general sense, right? If you are writing embedded code or whatever, then you're probably not even gonna look in Tokyo's direction, right? You'll have something very different for that, right? All right. Okay. So with bind default, and then what does that return? That returns once identity. Okay. So we can look at the server config builder implementation where it's generic over once identity. So let's just search for this. Well, rather, we're looking for an import block. Well, here it is already. Right. So with identity. Okay. With identity, and we pass in identity here. Is this an async function? It is not. Okay, what can we do after this? We get a once transport config. So what does that look like? Well, we can build it. What else can we do? Okay, here we get quick. So it is using Quinn here. And I don't see any references to... I don't see any reference to a config attribute in there, right? So what I'm going to assume is that Quinn is just part of the re-export. So if you enable this flag, all it does is re-export this, right? So what if we just look at the source of this thing, right? Where's the source? Quinn. Okay, there's no... It's useful if you want to use the same version of Quinn and so on and so forth, right? All right, but where were we? Okay, so we can build this. What else can we do? We can set a max idle timeout. We should probably set this one for any kind of game, right? Because you should be sending your input state maybe every, say, 20 milliseconds or whatever. You should be sending what inputs you have pushed since last time you sent it. That should be uploaded to the server, right? So setting max idle timeout is probably a good idea. Was it called set or no? It's just called max idle timeout. Is that a duration? We take, yeah, so duration from seconds, right? We could probably use an even smaller value. We're not going to enable this now, right? But set this should be set as each client should be sending at a minimum their input sample, right? Okay, then we can probably finish this off by calling build. Is build going to, well, let's go back in here. So we have that, keep alive intervals. I don't think we need this at all, right? Non-disable, which is the default. We don't need to send keep alive because if we're not getting or sending, if we're not, I'm sorry, I'm shaking my leg again. If we're not able to send the data to the client, it's because the client is disconnected. If the client is idle, they're not sending their timeout, we should disconnect them, right? So we probably don't need that, right? Whether to allow client to migrate to new addresses, improves behavior for client that move between different interconnections and suffer NAT rebinding, enable by default. Okay, sure, that's actually very cool that you can do that. So if you're on your phone doing something, and then you're on your home network, and then all of a sudden you are no longer. I need to go and throw this tea away. It was so absolutely rancid. It was like undrinkably bad, and if the tea's sitting there, I'm just gonna forget myself and start drinking it. Right? Rewrite all code in Rust. Okay, it's gonna take a while though, Prevon. How you doing, buddy? Allow migrations. That's fine. All right, so we have our config now. So what is it that we do with our config? Let's have a look at the server thing, right? So we have the config. Okay, then we set up the endpoint. This one is a bit weird because I would imagine that we should be able to specify an endpoint, right? Maybe it defaults to localhost. So, okay then. We probably have to import that. And then what can we do here? Or small talk. Are you in your rebellious phase, Skylar? Is that what's happening? Oh no, that's the client. I would imagine that this thing defaults to localhost then, right? Does the server config contain... Oh, it contains the bind address config. So that's probably part of the builder, right? Once bind address. So I think then when we do this, yeah. So if we do this instead, we won't get localhost. Now we're gonna get localhost with a given port instead, right? All code in Jira. Oh my god. And you seem to have suffered a stroke as a result of that, Skylar, but we will help you. We'll save you with some more Rust, right? Config. Is that it? Is that a future or not? No, it's a server now, right? So then server.accept. Does it have to be mutable? No, it doesn't. But that has to happen with no wait, right? No, that's not a result, is it? It's just an incoming session, okay? Okay. How you doing, Caleb? Now, we can't just use netcat for this, I'd imagine. So let's go into temp and write a client for this. Let's add the same stuff. Whoops. And let's see what the client side of things look like. So we're going to do all this, but before we do that, we want to do just a connection. So all we have to do here is just create a connection. Okay, that seems easy enough. So instead of doing an endpoint, what? How did I end up there? Wait, how are you failing? Wait, what? What is failing here? What am I doing wrong here? Async function main, Tokyo main result. This is a very strange issue. Nope, wrong server. Well, maybe I added the wrong W transport. All right, okay. Because I am clearly losing my marbles. I have to look at this side by side. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. Is it the name of the binary? What is it? What? Okay. What? Okay, you know what? Bye bye and bye and bye. Okay. That sucks, Carl. What the actual what? Wow, this must have broken right as we built this. Okay. That is insane. This must have been up. No, it isn't. Wait, what is it that has been updated right this second? Okay, this is crazy. Oh, okay. So something has updated in here. This and this. No, that's not it. Hmm. Can we see what is 2 point, what was that? 2.28. Oh, we can just do this. Okay, the time crate. Okay. So probably the time crate. If we were to change the time crate, right, we can't do that without changing the checksum. That is insane. That something broke between these two, right? No, what happened is a packet was updated in between me writing the client and the server, and there's a broken dependency in there, which is, we can see where it comes from, right? Oh yeah, we can see there is time here. So all we have to do is just copy the server's log file here and we're done, right? That's not an issue, right? The problem is solved, right? But it's kind of wild that that would happen. So what is depending on this thing? Is this ASN and RCgen? So W transport probably has a bug now. Let's see if someone has been that quick to update this thing, right? I doubt that. But if we look at their TOML file and we look at the balls workspace. 321. So this isn't fixed. Right. If we do this. So this now fails to build because the time crate was just updated. If we go into transport, find time and set it to okay, which version do we have? Maybe 347, right? If we do this, come on, computer. Right, there we go. Then it works, right? The issue is RCgen. Is it? It doesn't seem to be RCgen, right? This seemed to be the issue. Yeah, there's no issue, Maritaria. I'm just intrigued by that. But there's clearly is an issue, but you know. Why do you figure that is the RCgen, Skylar? How do you figure that's the issue? If we don't do this, this was set to 21, and we pin the RCgen version, then cargo clean, cargo check. This should now fail to build. And which version of RCgen do we end up with in our log file? No, cargo. Oh, I see, right? So we'll open a new issue. Apparently, I won't be opening a new issue. All right, hang on to your guffins. 47. Yeah. Hang on, I'm going to open an issue about this though. New issue. Time crate was updated and is now causing Okay, so let's see. By pinning it to where did I do that time? Let's do a git checkout. Let's get the error message. There we go. Okay. Right, we don't care about that because we have a fix that we can utilize, so it's not an issue. But it's kind of wild that this would happen while I'm writing this, and I'm like, how did that happen? Maybe, but we've logged that issue now, and that's that. All right, so let's see. Where were we with this thing? All right, let's go to transport. For a client, we just need an endpoint client and then default. And what does this do? Needs a client config. Then we can do client config default. So what does client config actually contain? All right. The address, endpoint, the quick config, and a DNS resolver. The problem is always DNS, isn't it? Let's return a result of that. Okay. All right. This is such an infrequent issue, though. I don't know if it's that important. All right, so then we're going to connect to something. Connect to localhost 12345, and probably have to await that, right? Yeah. And what do we get? We get a result back. So let's slap a question mark. That's our client, right? So if we look at the server now, and then we just print out connected. So let's see if we can. Address family is not supported by protocol. Really? Well then. Yeah. It could be. All right, so bind with default with identity. What am I missing here? We have with identity, we have build. So that's not the issue. I think processor chaos that you can try the language, just like try it out. And if you don't like it, you don't like it, right? I don't think the performance and safety benefits of Rust is, I mean, that might be a reason why you try the language, but I think don't wait. Just go and try it now. Find out if you hate it. Do it now. Quickly, before you change your mind, right? We need more cult members. Hopefully you'll have fun if you do try it out. Hopefully you'll enjoy it, right? Address family not supported by protocol. Why not? What is this then? With bind default. With bind default. I mean, surely that's not a magical address. No. Your social media points would multiply. Nah, you're about 3 years too late for that, right? I can show you the I can show you this thing, right? Okay. I can show you where your social media points would multiply, right? So you gotta start here. All right, can we get a little bit of a bigger one, right? Do I have to permanently trust these things, maybe? There we go. Right. So here's where your social media point would have increased. Right? If you were around 2021, right? That's where your social media points would have. You can see that they're going down now, okay? Because people find out that I was actually a racist zombie instead, right? So now the numbers are going down, right? All right. They're like, oh man, that guy, I heard he eats babies, and that's where they stop, right? So you're 5 years too late, though, right? I have date on it, no, but I've always been streaming Rust, right? So, it didn't, Carl. Yeah, the togglebit eats babies controversy, which is problematic at best, right? Okay, I am a little bit confused by this. So here we're specifying local host. Do we have to specify that here as well? That would seem particularly wild. No, it's a port. No, so we can't specify that, you muppet. Yeah, all right. Address family not supported by protocol. What does that actually mean? Maybe this isn't as simple as one would have thought. Let's look at the full example, although I don't particularly want to look at issues. Oh, the fuck that asshole's up to now. It could be that this there's a dependency on Tokyo. Is there? Yeah, okay. Why not re-export that? Oh, who cares? I mean, these errors are like all the issues are really old. There is. Well, I can tell you though, Chaos, that this is the first time this has happened in 10 years of Rust, right? I have had dependency issues. I've had other kinds of dependency issues, but they would have been dependency issues in any language with a dependency manager, right? My suggestions for the API. Don't you just love these things, right? Let's look at the closed issues then. Request for a new version. Okay, that went up pretty recently as well. But so Rust dependency management is by no means I read as a skill issue. So damaged by this. It's not perfect in any way or form, but of all the languages I have used, right? I mean, C's dependency management is obviously the best one, right? But of all the languages I've used, I think Rust Cargo is the best one, and CPAN has been the absolute worst one. My issues that I had with CPAN was I just wanted to rage quit Perl at that point, right? When I don't even remember what the issues were, right? CMake. Okay. So what's the server? Good grief. Okay. Honestly, including error handling in here is what a headache, right? With bind address, we could have done that and created a socket address instead. Well, zero means that you are accepting outgoing connections, right? If you're listening to zero, right, then you would accept incoming connections from the outside. So arguably, that is not the same as just using localhost, though, right? But okay. So I don't know if it's with bind default that is the issue or not. Like the error isn't helpful. Address family not supported by protocol. Where do we get from here, right? The following lines shall be adjusted. Okay. 12 years ago. Okay, so maybe this isn't gonna be the way to go though, right? But we could try by just creating a new socket address from localhost. I don't know what address family they're using. Maybe we can do this though, right? Let's look at the server config builder. Right, so they actually store values in there. Maybe the bind address config can work. IP binding config then. What's the default one? IP address any dual. Okay, so what if we use with bind config instead then? So we have to pass in the IP bind config, which we have to import, and we say a local v4, right? Yeah, that works. Whoops. Luckily, Tmux to the rescue, right? Okay, so if we change this to v6, yeah. So that's the issue. It says if it just like if supported, but it's not, right? That would probably be the equivalent of 0, right? Why did we run cargo check there? We don't want to do that. Okay, anyway, if we're running this and we go to our client now and we run this, we'll get a connected message in here where we'll get past the initial one, right? You're gonna have like very bespoke build scripts as well, right? No fiddlesticks. What now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Address family not supported by protocol. Kind of wild though. Bind address config. What does a bind address config look like? I bet you it's going to freaking IPv6 or, well, that's an actual socket though we could pass in. All right. One tick. Okay. What is the default for this thing? With bind default. Fuck. Okay. That's really annoying. So are we gonna have to call the builder on this thing instead, right? Builder. With bind config. And because I am not a crazy person anymore than anyone else, we're gonna do this instead. And what is it that we want for this thing? We want bind address. With bind config. And then that's gonna be IP bind bond config what? Local v4 build. No build. Okay, that means that we have to go to the next stage. That is the once root store. Okay, what's the default for that thing then? With native certs, with no cert validation maybe. No, that requires a feature flag. Okay, maybe let's go and look at the default implementation again. Okay. Mouse, come on. Client config default, that's the one we want to look at. Native certs. Okay. There we go. We got a connection. Okay. So there is obviously issues when we are using a third-party crate and haven't gone through the underlying stuff that's there, right? Right now, this looks a little bit like sort of UDP to me, right? So my mental model of this is probably quite incorrect, right? Let's see if we can do client and run this twice and get multiple clients. Yeah. So the mental model for this is probably quite incorrect, but we'll have to build it out. Well, you don't have to do anything. I have to build it out as we go along, right? Okay, so we managed to connect and we have a server set up, right? What does it look like after we have a connection? We are probably at a high level. We should be able to take our connection and divide it into a reading half and a writing half, right? It could be that I don't know how to draw a W, right? And that's it, right? It could also be that we can simply clone the client, right? If this is just a file descriptor under the hood or whatever, then cloning the client might not be a problem, right? So we can look at what we get when we connect. We get a connection. Maybe clone to obtain another handle to the same connection, right? 24 bytes. That's probably what we're gonna do in that case. Then we can look at the code for this thing. Can we? No, we can initialize different streams again. So I'm definitely thinking about this the wrong way. I'm definitely going about this the wrong way, thinking about this from the wrong perspective, right? Accept by, okay. Whatever floats your boat, right? Asynchronously accept bidirectional stream. This method is used to accept incoming bidirectional streams that have been initialized by the remote peer. It waits for the next bidirectional stream to be available. The reps it, typical data center. Well. All right, I might have to go and get another coffee then, if in a bit, if I don't get any tea. Let's go back to the issues though. There was an issue about game here, I think. How to send unreliable game state in here, right? The concept is assigning priority to the stream. This includes timeout and send order. Does it support these features? Yes. I think you're really getting caught in the wrong detail here. Anyway. Okay. I think we are okay. We can probably look at this one as well then. Per stream with send order. Video? Is this good enough to send video as well? Oh man, that's kind of cool. Financial taker? Oh my god. Okay, I get you, but it sounds like something else, right? No delay is a must. I don't think no delay removes HOB, right? HOL rather. So I don't know. Okay. Interesting. Binance uses the JSON stream through TCP for tickets. Yeah, yeah. When you think about a ticker in sorry, commonly, right? You don't think about like a high-speed trading over like web sockets. Now this is web transport, so, but if you think about web socket, you don't think about high-speed trading over that, right? That's a different story. So, but you would think like when you just see the data on a website, you think that this is just turning up whenever, right? It's not a. But I think this is a different story, right? Okay, let's have a look at this thing. Specify if they require performance of an unreliable transport, if a reliable only fallback is desirable. Sending and receiving streams of data following best practices. Okay, so did it say anything? Internet of Things, collaborative editing. Okay, the use case 1 has nothing to do with this one here, right? So they are not. No, that's a completely different thing, right? Without the I/P frame complexity is sending real-time game data from a server. Here we use send order plus, which sends the latest data with the highest priority, and we age out all data. This is really good, right? So what you would maybe do in game networking, let me talk about something I don't know anything about for a second, right? But I'm a streamer, so you expect me to do that anyway, right? So if you're sending this packet, but you fail to deliver this packet, you will try to send this packet and this packet. So you're now sending both packets. And if you fail to deliver that, you're now trying to send all 3 packets. That's one way of doing it, right? Another way of doing it is that you are trying to send this packet. Okay, that was too shit, okay? All right, just too shit. And you fail to send that, but then you forget that, right? You forget that packet and you try to send this instead because this one is now old and no longer relevant, right? And the way you find out if the client has received this packet or not, right, is by you attaching a piece of information to this packet that the client keeps sending back to you, right? So there's like an ongoing conversation over and over and over again where the server goes, here's like the 3 latest frames, and the client's going like, I have received the following frames. And there's like a lot of it's not redundant information, right? But this is information that is solved underneath the hood with TCP, right? So with a TCP connection, you send something to the client, and if the client don't get that and you send something else, you're now waiting for the client to get the first one, right? And if the client, even if that packet is no longer relevant, the client's gonna sit there and have to deal with it, right? It still has to deal with the packet that it hasn't told the server that it got, right? So that becomes a problem sometimes. Whew, sorry. Okay, but let's have a look at this thing, right? Create a unidirectional stream with send order plus. So send order is 0. Oh, hang on. I think maybe this person wasn't okay. The send order prototype now makes sense. Okay. Of course, you have to send 4 gigabytes to reach the end, right? So I'm hoping that I don't think there's an issue though, right? But actually that's not true if you start with 0. But if you run something over a very long period of time, you might end up with no you might end up with not being able to add to the send order anymore, right? But if you are sending, let's say you're sending what, like 20 frames per second, right? Per second, and then we have 60 seconds in a minute, we have 60 minutes in an hour, we have 24 hours in a day, we have 7 days in a week, and we have 52 weeks in a year, right? So if you ran it sending 20 packets, I mean, you could just like reopen the stream, right? there's ways around this, right? But this is the number that we're looking at, right? And this is the maximum number that we can get with our i32, right? So even with an i32, you can still run this for over a year, right? So I don't think being an i32 is the biggest issue, though, right? And that's if we start from 0, right? If we do i32 min as i64, then am I? Negate with overflow. But we're calling apps on this. Huh? Oh, right. We can do this, though. Yeah, there we go. Well, let's just do a plus that, right? So that's really what we have. I guess we could have just multiplied by 2 and take away 1, right? Original content. All right. So in other words, I don't think it's an issue that it's an i32, right? You would have to send a lot of data. Okay, hang on. So if you did run this for a year or whatever, right? You would just have to recreate or reconnect or whatever, right? To get around this. I guess that's your cross to bear, right? So okay, I think we can do this. So we're gonna have our WT is what? What does this thing look like? Here we're doing send order minus minus instead. Use a stream per frame or segment. It feels unintuitive to open to create a new stream for every frame, right? If someone said that you should create a new TCP stream if we're talking about Rust here, right? A new TCP stream per frame. A TCP stream is created as a connection, right? So it sounds almost like you are reconnecting for it, but you're not, right? That you would be reconnecting. That feels a little bit wild. So what I talked about having the split isn't there. Instead, you would just get a writer and probably get a reader. Do we get bidirectional streams for the game thing then? No, it's still a writer and we still write. Okay. Right. Let's bring this back in again and let's see what we can do with this to get somewhere. We no longer need this. Okay. Certgen.rs. I want to keep this, but I'm not gonna use it. Oh, god damn. So we get a session. What can we do with a session? Oh, I should leave this one open just to see what they say in here now. Bytes currently queued on strictly ordered streams will be sent ahead of bytes currently queued on other strictly ordered streams created with a lower send order number, right? So we are, okay, I did not want to look at that. So we need to do that, right? We need to, let's look at something. So we can say payloads is something like hello world. How are you? I don't know if there's a mean to... Why would you expect an array of... Oh, right. Silly me, right. I guess we could write it as that. Nope. Never mind. So now we need to create a stream from the client, right? And how do we do that? We're going to look at the connection documentation here. Okay, that's accepting receiving streams, right? So we need to accept incoming streams from there. Wait, am I looking at the wrong thing? This is a client. No, it's a connection. Okay. So how do we get a connection from the session then? All right, two things to figure out. Open uni. How do we open a strict stream? Okay, let's find strict. No, ordered. No, all right. Let's look at the documentation. Okay, so there's just a send order. So we want to create a unidirectional stream. That would be open uni, right? What is this that we are listening to here? I think we're gonna get out of here for a second and just hop into something less brain breaking. I am positively okay. Okay. How do we get the ordering in here? Oh, I just want to breathe like a normal person. Come on, stupid shit body. And the angrier I get, the harder it is to breathe. Okay, 1 second. All right. Drama over. Set priority. Okay. So we want to call set priority on a send stream. How do we get a send stream? Okay. Client dot, was it open uni? It gives us an opening Unistream. Probably have to await this biscuit, don't we, right? Okay, what can we do with this? Well, we can await this. And what do we get? A send stream. Okay, in our send stream, we can do... What did we have in there, right? And then from here, we get a send stream. And a send stream can have priority. That's reading. We have a set priority. Okay. Right, so... Do we open a new one every time we want to send? Probably not, right? Instead, I'd imagine that we do this then. No, we just said that we don't do that. All right, so set priority. Right, changing the priority of a stream with pending data may only take effect after that data has been transmitted. Using many different priority levels per connection may have a negative impact on performance. Okay, so that is not how we're supposed to do it then. Even though this one, okay, this one creates a new stream. Wow, all right, so we are supposed to create a new stream in here. And then set it to the priority and then write. So stream, can we just write payload? Yeah. Do we have to do a stream flush for this to work? You do not. Okay. All right, so this should... Okay, it's doing nothing. It connects, but then... Okay, the server refused to accept new connect. Okay, then I think that's the client side. First of all, it cannot be this easy, right? I'm gonna lose my marbles if this is that easy. But how do you even test this, right? How do you test the performance of... right. Well, I actually have the answer to that. There are tools that we can use to simulate shitty connections and stuff, right? It's going to be hard to do this reliably, but right? What am I looking at? Oh, I'm looking at the full example. Okay, I don't want to look at that now. Okay, I've got lost in the mess. Okay, let's go back to the server example. All right, so now that we've figured that part out, we can look at this thing. Okay, so it opens a bidirectional one, and it writes everything, and then it calls finish. Okay, what does stream.finish do? Ooh, do we really want to do that then? This one calls writer close. Is there a close? No. I don't know if we should or not. It's a little bit difficult to know this. Is this gonna block? Right. All right, we're gonna try some things here, but we'll see. Hello, Wolf, how you doing? All right, but now we need to look at the server. So we have an incoming session. All right, that makes sense that we would spawn a separate task to deal with this thing, right? So that makes sense. Why? Oh, because they want to do the printing of the error. That's why. Okay. So we have an incoming session. That's what we get. So really, we have to say that this is session. Oh, wait, then, right? That's kind of wild. Apparently, incoming was the hardest word in... All right, write it properly. All right, so now we have a session request instead. So what's a session request? And then we have to accept that to get a connection. Probably have to await that. Man, that's a lot. We're just gonna accept unidirectional streams from here and deal with that. So let's do connection, accept uni. And then we can do a stream read. So let's just stick a buffer on here, right? Of a kilobyte. I am now at the state what I'm guessing what's going on here. Oh shit. Okay. Right. So old man programs, right? If you read successfully, but you read 0 bytes, then the connection has closed down, right? But maybe they have taken this somewhere else, right? So they return an option and none instead, right? Right. Yeah. So 0. Okay. So it has its own internal buffer as well. Huh. All right then. So none is what we treat as 0 here, right? Then we know for a fact that it shouldn't be 0. Well, if the internal buffer has a length of 0, it could return some 0, right? I suppose. So let's just do string from UTF-8 of the message, unwrap that because we know it's legit, right? Okay. So we get the connection, but we don't get the... Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Maybe I shouldn't have deleted that. All my video projects are now gone. Okay, let's see how far we get. Yeah, it's the session that's failing. Okay. Yeah, that was supposed to happen. Yeah, that's not where our self-signed certificates are. So maybe we need to look at... Can we add our own? We need to turn on dangerous configuration for that. Oh, that's why they use that. Okay, that kind of makes sense. That explains why they were printing out the hashes, right? So if we look at the client, actually this one, oh, this one does with no cert validation. Okay. Does this one use the gen cert monarchy? Can we find the word hash in here? Apparently not. Oh, but the client isn't in there. All right, so let's try that then. Let's just dump the certificate hashes in here, right? Can we have how many hashes do we need? Okay, we need to make the hash, right? Okay, let's just dump the hash then. Or we do the dangerous thing instead with no cert validation instead. And then we add the feature to this. I don't remember what the feature was called, so we call it dangerous pants for now. All right. And that kind of breaks it. There we go. Okay. All right. We got hello. We got helloed right in there, right? And then we get connected after that, but it just says no. What does that mean, right? Hello, Karatype. What if we never call finish on that? And what is the last connection here, right? Ah, it's that one. Okay, sorry, that was me being a dumbass. Okay, we just get the hello, nothing else. Ah, right. Because we only accept one stream. That's why. Okay, so we actually have to. This makes sense. We have to accept multiple streams. We only do this once, right? Uh-huh. Now we should get the messages, right? Perfect. But we never get a connection closed. Why not? What is that supposed to look like? By the way, we can probably get rid of these. Do we have to encode our payloads though, right? I mean, we're going to have to need a format. So I'd imagine we need a format. And then length encoded something rather, and then send the data that way, right? Whoa! How fantastic, eh? So let's see if we get a connection closed from this, though. We do not. But it was concerningly slow. So that one is just stuck waiting for the new stream, okay? We should probably put a timeout in there as well. All right, so what's the... Was it like a keep alive interval? Let's set the max idle time. If a pair or its network path malfunctions, an infinite idle timeout can result in permanently hung futures. Ooh. Okay. What's the default then? That's uncertain, apparently. So it would make sense that we don't get disconnect if the underlying connection is not TCP, which it isn't, right? So it makes sense that we're seeing something else, but I think we have the foundation here. We need to add some kind of disconnect though to this. Is it not? Oh. There we go. And then it times out. Okay. What if we send and then we wait? Actually, maybe we should use Tokyo time. Sleep. Okay, let's observe some behaviors now. Oops. I forgot to await the sleep. That's why I was like, wait a second. Whoopsie. There we go. Yes, it timed out. Okay, so we are told that the connection has timed out. What if we do this and then we write ACK in there? Whoops. Okay, cool. What if we wait to finish then? I am using WGPU for rendering. That is correct. Please disregard Skylar's inability to parse incomplete sentences. Okay, what if we give this thing a wait of 200 milliseconds? No. Okay, then this might be written but never sent. Okay, that's really confusing. Why did that happen? Why was the ACK never sent? And then why did it time out? Can you only write once per stream? It is, in fact, for multiplayer gaming. Can you only write once per stream? Wow, why is the ACK not coming through? How does write work? Huh? Why is my mouse blinking? I changed batteries in this yesterday. Turn it on and off again, right? I'm starting to think that this is not a good mouse, all right? What gen is this? 2. Okay. Goes to sleep or blinking white lights. No, that's not what I was asking. One second then. No answers. I'll tell you, I've been having problems, and it's after not using my mouse for a short time, it goes into suspension mode, and then when I try to use it again, it does not respond, and a blinking white light appears at the wheel. I also try to turn off and then do the thing with the buttons connect, doesn't work. Does anyone know what's happened? So I have to fix it. Should I return it and buy another one? Thanks. That is really silly, right? You also suppose, yeah, but you have a long umbilical cord coming out of there, right? Yeah. To fix pairing issue. Wait, are we gonna need a video for something that could be one sentence? Should we just read the here, right? No. That's just resetting it. Should I be concerned that there are many people seeming to have this issue? Purple. Could you just fuck right off with this terrible writing? Sorry. Nope. Similar to software, the mouse's firmware can sometimes become corrupted. What? How does firmware just become corrupted? Okay. How did it become corrupted, right? These are terrible. This is everything about that was terrible. All right, let's look at this thing. Oh well, there you go. Radiation, not an issue, right? All my radioactive camera lenses are owned by someone else. Internal buildup. No. All right. Anyway, I did integrate, but I didn't think so. I didn't think it should, right? Hello, Troy. I don't know how to answer your question. Your question is difficult to answer. To program applications that can communicate with each other over network sockets. That's probably the best I can say. Right? Oh, there you go then, right? Did you try bribing the mouse? I did not, runtime. I did not. But I wouldn't recommend this mouse because other people seem to be having the issue. And if the issue is to download their software, then you've already lost me, right? So I'm gonna keep using it because I like not having wires on my table, but I'm certainly not recommending it. More importantly, why is the ACK not happening? Right? What if we do this? Do we just get all the ACKs then? Yeah. Okay, so there's something about writing to a connection that is not clear to me here. Writes byte on success, return number of bytes written. Congestion and flow control may cause this to be shorter than the length, indicating that only a prefix of buff was written. Okay. We don't want that. But that means that we have to write the entire... Right now, it seems like we have to write the entire payload. This is so really, really, really confusing. Why is it not writing this? Okay. Let's check that there's nothing wrong with the write. Stream stopped. Okay then. Why did the stream stop? Why would that happen? Is it because of... If we do this, will that actually work now? No. This, however, should work. But that is so whack. Why would that fail? Huh? Why would the stream fail to be written to because we take a nap for 2 milliseconds? As a matter of fact, is it any async function that we use that could cause this? No. But if we take a nap inside the function, I reckon that will fail. Yeah. Now we're really taking a short nap. This is very strange to me. Why is... So if we do this, we never end that. So we'll get another stream now. But we never get... We got one now. I mean, yeah, we know that it's supposed to be unreliable and all, but what? It is kind of nice that we can do this though. Okay, so stream stopped. What causes the stream to stop? Let's dig then, shall we? This one will return a stream right arrow with stream stopped. Okay, let's go the other way. Say what now? Oh. Yeah, we know that. Okay. Okay. Check if the stream was stopped. Get the reason it was. Uh-huh. Code 0. Okay, what does that mean? Stop reason. Okay. Okay, cool. So all of this seemed to be handled by the protocol though, right? That is really convenient. If we don't have to lengthen code stuff, can you send large packets maybe? Oh, I see. I had it open here. Okay. I need to read more about this though. What about sending large anything? Okay, maybe there is no notion of sending large files or whatever. You just send on the stream. Not really, Davros. What I end up doing is just using Polster for this, right? No, I don't. That's not true. We have this for WAS and BindGen, right? as the server. This new function is being used somewhere, right? Yeah, we're just using Polster to block on this for the desktop. If you're doing this on the web, if you're going with WASM builds, then you have to use async. You have to use the web's async stuff, right? Okay. Okay, we are on a little bit of down a bit of a rabbit hole now, right? So the reason the peer wants us to stop if stop sending was received. Okay, why was stop sending received? Okay, that's all. I don't follow Davros. You got other backends in, but you still have to change all that Windows setup nonsense. It seems to use WGPU. I don't understand. The disconnect in my head is because WGPU have Apple and Metal backends. Why would you have Apple and Metal backends? Or am I don't understand what I'm reading. Yeah, I have to rephrase that. Okay. What's a fin bit? I mean to use web GPU. Nope, that did not clarify the message to me. I'm sorry. That's all. So I didn't get it. So when we call finish, we do this, but we don't. Why do we get a stop reason? What? Am I stupid? Don't answer that. Why is there no stop reason? Because this is freaking Quinn. Ah! Okay. Maybe this is a Quinn issue then, right? Rust Quinn. Multiple writes stop reason 0. Let's see if that goes anywhere. That's the way, Hachi. That's the way it goes. What a completely twat nonsense that is, right? Okay. Implicitly finished. Okay. Right. Okay. We are in Quick at this point, right? Or Quinn, not in W transport then. Write buffer into the stream, returning how many bytes were written. Unless this method errors, it waits until some amount of buff can be written into the stream And then writes as much as I can without waiting again. Due to congestion and flow control, this may be shorter than buffer length. Success is length of a prefix or something. Okay, constant. Why would this? Okay, maybe write chunks is what we should use instead then, right? Is this good old arcbyte? Yeah. Oh my god, this crate has been with me almost since I started using Rust. What a lovely thing that is. But okay. Right, this is really confusing because if we call write from W transport, that's why this just calls 0 write. Yes, that is just a wrapper. Okay, the plot thickens, so we're out of web transport and we're into Quinn now. Dr. Quinn, medicine woman, right? Really into her. That did not sound right. Anyway. So if we try to write to the send stream twice, now we know what to search for. Place your hands on the keyboard. Done. Type Quinn. Done. Thank you, brain, for cooperating. Send stream. You can call it whatever you want, Hatchy, and there's no one out there who can tell you that you are or are not a programmer as a result. Okay, you gotta do what makes you happy. Can I ask you a question though, related to this? Because we have talked about this quite a lot on stream. I'm not gonna open that kind of worms again, right? That conversation, because people get very emotional about that, right? But did you program at all before vibe coding, or was vibe coding like your introduction to programming? I think this is kind of what we need to look at, right? We did. I learned by myself or built PHP, HTML, and C#. Right, nice. So when the option to do vibe coding was presented to you, do you feel like it solved a problem where you no longer had to code and you could think about the things that you wanted to exist, right? So did you care about the journey of programming, or were you more interested in the end result of programming, right? Yeah, I mean, this is I feel in my microplastic container that this is the right place to go. What we're doing now is right. I think this is, for some reason, going in the right direction. But I am not seeing any mentions of writing. So I think we're going to have to jump to the beginning, maybe. Or... we don't have to go too far to the beginning, right? We're looking for any mentions of writing. Right. I think even if you do vibe code, you have to take care of the journey because you need at least understand what's happening in the code. Otherwise, you can't point to the right as an issue. Right. Yeah. No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough, right? And the reason I ask is because my current running theory is that you have people who like programming and people who want the programming to be done. They wanna think about the ID. They don't want to do the problem solving and the programming aspect, right? But I think that still holds, right? You need to prompt the robots, otherwise they get lonely. For anyone who doesn't understand that, Skyhawk wants you to prompt Skyhawk now. So I think you should prompt Skyhawk so they don't feel lonely. Okay. Listen, Wixer. You don't have to justify how you produce your output to anyone here, okay? If you want to sit there and dip your toes in the programming bathtub, man, you do you, right? Okay, don't let anyone tell you how you can program. Okay, you don't have to justify yourself to us, right? If ChatGPT is your only friend, it's okay, man. Like we got you, right? You are valid, Wixer. There you go, right? You are valid. Was it Friday when Wixer regrets saying those words now? The people who don't understand what's going on, just once resolved, can manage a bug file for the prototype, perhaps. But if you understand what's going on, you can actually make a finished working product. That's my belief. Yeah, absolutely. So like, without bringing up the whole conversation again, because it was long and we had it yesterday, right? But the general idea, Hatchet, though, right, that I'm saying is like you have two different types of people that are interacting with code, but these two different types don't understand that they are part of two different types. So they try to talk to each other as if they are the same type. So you have people who like vibe coding telling programmers to use vibe coding because it's faster. You have people who are programmers telling vibe code is not the vibe code because it makes them look uncool on the internet, right? And I think that my belief is that these two different groups believe that they all belong to the same group, and that's why there's some miscommunication there. That's why there's so many strong feelings around it, right? But I could be wrong. It happened once. Okay, so let's see. There is nothing about writing to Quinn, right? To do a partial write. So we do this then. Rust Quinn partial writes. Let's see if that goes anywhere, right? It's okay to be a vibe. Yeah. I don't, like I said, I don't like it. As in, like, I don't find it fun. I find what I'm doing fun. So I do what I do because it brings fun, happiness, and enjoyment to me, right? That doesn't mean that you have to do what I do. Otherwise, I'm going to say you're not a real programmer or anything of the sort, right? So, yeah. Anyway, but we don't have to have that conversation again. We had it yesterday. It was long. It's the only thing that's long around here. Really? You guys try to write the material then, right? Okay, let's look at examples. Let's look at issues. Maybe someone has an issue with writing, and that's because this should be the same thing, right? Let's see what stop returns. Yeah, clipped. I actually thought about making a video of it, but I think that would be but I'm saying there are 101 types of programs. You're saying there are 10 types. Oh, you're not the first person to misunderstand me. But let me clarify this. I am talking about two different types. Okay, I'm not talking about three different types or 4 different types. I'm talking about 2 different types of programmers. I'm not saying there is definitely only 2 different types of programmers. I am talking about 2 different types of programs. I can talk about people who own cows and people who don't own cows. That doesn't mean that there are people who sometimes will borrow a cow, but they are not really part of the conversation. They are the outliers. This is the last time I'm going to say this. Next time someone says that I am talking about 2 types of programmer means that I am saying that objectively, empirically, evidently, there is only 2 types of programming. I'm going to say nothing. I'm going to think that you are, in fact, not a person, but a cow. All right. I shouldn't have to say that out loud. There are people who write code. There are people who write code and wear hats. There are people who write code, don't wear hats, but eat sandwiches. There are people who don't eat sandwiches, wear hats, and write code, right? Like, we could go on. There could be many boxes, right? There are 2 types of people programmers and non-programmers. That's my answer now, right? You got me, Wixia, though. You got me. All right. Can we just VIP Wixia for the duration of the stream? All right. Fucking sandbagged me, did. All right. So where's the right thing now? Where do we get issues with the right here? Performance issue on the internet. Oh my god, this topic speaks to me, right? They are, of course, talking about the performance mails in chat right now. Naming scheme has it. Right chunks versus right chunk. What does that mean? Okay, you know what? I'm going to have to grab this. I am not finding an issue around this. We're just going to have to get the code and have a look at it. Soon we have downloaded everything. Okay, let's start digging, right? Scott, you're the 3rd box, the outlier. Every programmer can be vibe coder, but not every vibe coder can be a programmer. I mean, that is if we are making the distinction between vibe coder and programmer, right? But I think everyone is either a programmer or not a programmer, right? But then we can look into the box of programmers, and inside the box of programmers, you have vibe coders and non-vibe coders. You have a lot of other boxes. I have to say this now, because otherwise people will possibly drown in their own thoughts if I don't say this, right? There are other boxes out there, but we are talking specifically about 2 boxes. So in the box of programmers, you have the programmer, you have non-programmers. Inside the box of programmers, you have people, artisanal, handcrafted code, and vibe coding, right? Those are 2 separate boxes. And these 2 should not talk to each other as if we're all programmers, because they are different, and that's where the friction points comes in. But there you go, right? I'm saying this because I don't think that we should say we should not decide who is and isn't a programmer. It could be our opinions that, well, if you don't write code, you're not a coder. If you want to, I mean, that's your opinion. Your opinion could be that you know, you're a duck, but you know, you're not. Unwrap in a test. And now you're the thing the vibe coders talk to, right, Clanker? You didn't say every other non-group, so you only believe in your groups. Damn it. I thought I was doing so well as well. I was like, no one's getting under my skin today, right? definitely. Definitely a new Herman Miller human. How you doing today? Your boxes don't respect the nature of quantum physics. Your comment doesn't respect the stupidity of the internet, so checkmate. All right. What am I looking for again, right? I am allowing myself to be distracted, okay? I must undo that, okay? Okay, what happens in here? Can this stop? There's a connection lost in there. There's a connection stopped in here. So, oh my God, where is this gonna go? Okay. Okay. So we're calling this function, and this function, the right function, can return stopped. So it's not this function that will say that it has stopped. It's the right function that does that. Yes, okay. So it is this function that will return stop. Either you are A or you are... Is that supposed to be the alpha omega, right? No, not you, Hachi. Not you. I'm only kidding. No one got under my skin. It's all... I'm just pretending to be a streamer sometimes. It won't happen again. I'm sorry. It's all good. All right. Where's the stopped issue now? Okay, so that... There's a limit here. No, that's a blocking issue. Okay. I think this is where it could fail. Okay. Oh my God. I cannot. Okay. So if stopped reason, that means that the stopped reason has been set at some point. Okay. We can at least see the very limited visibility of this. Okay. The only place where this is being set is here. When something calls try stop. And the reason this would fail is if it's been stopped before, right? And that is done by super, thanks for asking. Let's find stop here. That's on a receive stream. We want this on a write stream. Send stream. Okay. Hello, Tap Go. How you doing? Okay, write source, write chunks. Set up write source. When we call write. Maybe this is it. Maybe this will get us where we need to go. Will anything be stopped here? All right. I don't see stop happening anywhere in here. Okay. Where is check if the stream was stopped. The reason is 0, which means what? Yeah, Arrow. I think Larimer is another one, or is that the older one, maybe? Nah, it's all right. I wanna do this tap goal, right? I don't think Arrow does web transport, does it? Not that we need that, but it's all good. I'm just confused as to why the stop reason would be set anywhere outside of this. No, it's only calling try stop. Okay, so we have received stop sending. That seemed to be the only thing that has happened, right? There is nowhere else where try stop is being written, right? The only roadblock for web transport is the inability for a custom client certificate. Really? All right. I am going a bit banana here, right? Fuzzing only. Okay, we're gonna find try stop. We have it in two places apparently. There and here. Okay, so we received an error code of 0. Is this all in tests? This is not in a test, is it? No. This looks like the culprit. Okay. Frame stop sending. Okay. Why are we getting this then? All right. When is frame stop sending set? Okay. Okay, so somewhere we are setting the frame type stop sending, right? Man, this fucking rabbit hole, man. All right. Why? Why is this calling stop sending? You know what? Where is this? Quinn Proto. All right, we're gonna go on a little bit of a journey here. Okay. Where's my server? Here it is. Okay. So it's the server that reads. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh. Okay. Well, at least it's not a biggie. At least you can at least say, well, listen, I'm only watching, okay? I don't quite pay attention, right? That you have an excuse, okay, for that one. We're investigating some netcode to do some network programming for games, right? Um, and right now I'm looking at something called W Transport. Okay, so we should be able to bring this back in, right? Yeah, there we go. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. All right. So to elaborate, for those of you who are watching this, you'll be like, I have no freaking idea what happened. Okay. We create the stream inside this loop, right? This is the stream that we are writing to. We create a buffer. We read into the buffer. If it's okay, then we're going to construct the message, print the message to screen. And then what happens? Then we go back to the top of the loop. Then we accept another stream instead of the one we've been reading from. So we're waiting for another stream while there's still data in this stream to be read from. But we never read this data. We never get to here. So what we really need to do is this. To get all the messages, right? There we go. What a thing, man. And what a rabbit hole that was, right? What a rabbit hole. But here's the good news though, my lovely viewer. I don't have to go and eat food because I ate breakfast. Look at that diamond next to Wixer, right? Look at that. Look at that troll badge. Right? So this was just an insane thing to do and nothing else, right? There is some comments around this function that makes me a little bit wary, but let's say that we have a keep alive interval instead, right? So now if we don't get any noise from the client in 1 second, the client should be shut down, right? No, it doesn't. If we do this, will it just time out? I would have thought the keep alive thing should have triggered. But it doesn't. Okay, then I have to read about it to see what actually, because then I have missed the detail around this, right? Oh, right. So Yeah, that makes. So this one only sends the keep alive. This one is concerning though. If a peer or its network path malfunctions or acts maliciously, an infinite idle timeout can result in permanently hung futures. It doesn't say how it's going to be malicious though, but I want to use this thing. So we are going to use this thing, right? And this thing should have a max idle timeout of maybe like a second, and then you're forced to like reconnect if you haven't said anything in 1 second. So we get the heartbeat to like 500 milliseconds or whatever, right? Something like that, right? We can mess around with that later, but the point is that there should always be data going between. We don't need the heartbeat. There should always be data going between the server and the client, even if the data is empty, right? Because we have the server constantly communicating with the client, and we have the client communicating with the server. So the client is sending its input state to the server, and the server is sending the world state or world state deltas to the client, right? So I think we are kind of good. Let me go and put a coffee to brew. I'm not going to put a coffee to brew. I'm going to push a button and coffee will magically exist, right? Oh, no, that. Disregard all that, Gab. That is just me looking at what this read and write looks like. Nothing else. There's no there's no rhyme or reason to that, right? So we will have this continuous communication between the server and the client, right? They will constantly be sending data, even if the world delta is just empty, or if what the client sends is just like, hi, I pushed no buttons in the last 20 milliseconds. I've done nothing, right? Okay, let me go and put the coffee on, and then we're gonna get to actually design this thing, right? So that'll be fun. So we're gonna have 2 communication channels, though, right? That's where we go. What if the client stops their time? What if they suspend their main thread? What if they throw the connection to lag? There are so many what ifs. There are many what ifs in lives, right? What if the client, while playing the game, drop kicks the computer out the window, hits a magpie in one of its kidneys, the magpie, in a fit of rage, sues the gamer for all they have. Now the gamer lives on the street, all because we didn't consider that, right? So, game programming ruins lives. Put your clothes back on. Aye. Anyway, so that's why I owe a kidney to a magpie now. Breakpoints? What do you think this is? GD bleep? GD? No. Right, then we need to decide how to do this, right? This might not have to go into the it's a rabbit hole of lawsuits and detrimental states of nature, right? I don't even know how it got this far. Should we make some kind of basic 2-player game then to see what this looks like? We could make a... Well, really, we just need two characters on the screen at the same time, right? Maybe we can rewrite the other game, which we could rewrite this. By the way, I need to play around with this now, right? We could rewrite this. What happens if I plug the joystick in later? What? Oh, hang on. Is that because of the of this thing, right? No. What? Is time not in there? There we go, right? Yeah, that's right. Why did this fail, right? We're using the W transport crate for now, which is using Quinn under the hood, which is using Quick. But this has caused issues here now. Oh yeah, no, that's because of the same. That's because of this. Okay, so didn't I change the lock file? $347. But that's not handled by us, though, right, Karata? That's handled by the crate. The crate has to keep alive messages already, right? Soon, Microsoft, is that you? But more importantly, why is this thing florped, right? 347 should be right. I think maybe I'm looking at the wrong one. Fuck you, time crate. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on, okay? Okay, we have to look at the time crates checksum. Can I please just die in the game? Right. No, in this case, Tap Ghoul, you would be in trouble if you did that. You specifically have to go over a version lower, not higher. And that's what you get if you yeet the log file. Oh, they made it. Okay. We could make this multiplayer. So you have to raise your imaginary friends to the top. Well, what a magnificent jump that was. All right, one more attempt. Then we are... you know what? Let's go one more round, okay? One more round. And then definitely no more. Oh, yes, made it. All right, what's the current time record? I think the current time record... Oh my, if I dare to do that jump, right? I think the current time for me is like 45 seconds or something. If I don't goof this up, which I haven't so far. Oh, that was so smooth. Double bounce. In. Okay, I'm getting dizzy from the excitement here. If I don't goof this up, we might be looking at a personal best here. All right, final one. Hit the roof. Yes. Ah, 45.50. All right. Damn it. A new game would be more fun. I think a... yeah, I just don't want to rewrite all the game code. So All right. Did I say right? Right. Oops, don't close that down, right? Is that still working? Yes, it is. Good bot. Okay. Let's think about this for a second. The server needs to send the game state. So the server needs to know the players and where all the colliders are. And it will just send the player positions. All right. That's all it'll do. I think. Therefore, I scam. Okay. Oh, that coffee did not last long enough. It's a perfect game, does not require multiplayer. No, but I need to release it. But stupid game thing, right? What about this? Royalty-free sound effects, right? Maybe we can just do this then, right? Pixabay has sound effects? Really? Boing. Perfect jump sound. Okay, can we get like a death scream as well? Okay, it's not as good as what we have, but it could work. Bone snap. All right, so let me do this after stream then and release it into the wild. I don't want to see any of this. Get rid of all of that. Let's just start from scratch. Throw everything out. Let's begin from the beginning. There was only the word. Okay, so let's go to Project Rust, cargo new, multi pants. Okay. Cargo. So we should do. Let's keep it simple. So we have the server and the client in the same thing. We just do two separate binaries. No, I don't think I want to do that. Let's do this. Cargo new server. Robotic, welcome Raiders. How you doing, buddy? Weren't you here earlier? Yes, you were. You came with Grimbo. How you been? What have you been up to? How's the beaches going? How's the lovely beaches going? Mate. Anyway, how you doing, man? All right. Welcome, Raiders. We're just making a new game. We're going to make a multiplayer game called Multipants. I have no idea what it is or what it's going to be, but we're going to do it anyway. So, we are not going to have a dependency called server, are we? No. We're going to make this into a workspace package. So, members, workspace, members is equal to server for now. What else do we need? Cargo run. No, that's not right. Okay. I need to look up how this looks. We have workspace members. Okay. And what do we get? Name and version. And I guess the edition doesn't matter, but I want that on top because I'm not a psychopath. What am I doing wrong? Workspace and then package. Oh, really? Now that can't be right. Yeah. Interesting. I've not done this before. A virtual manifest. Interesting. New bitch is going well. Refactoring is slow, but much needed. Nice, nice. Where you see the folder and classes structure on the editor? What do you mean, Gab? In here? Wait, where is the server in Multipants? Interesting. It's here. There it is, right? Why is it not updating? There it is, right? Or if I want to see the layout, right? You won't see any classes because this is Rust, but other than that, so we just have workspace, no package, right? Is that the idea? Okay, so what if we don't do a virtual workspace, whatever workspace, right? So we do have a package section then. Right, so we have workspace, we have members. What's the issue then, right? Other than my inability to spell. Do you really? I guess we could just have a lib file there. Yeah. Whoops. All right. Okay. So we should be able to add workspace dependencies, right? Suit, my favorite. And if we were to open up this one, we can have joy be a workspace. Worst space. True. But that means we have to say that this is a workspace dependency. All right. Right. This will take 6 hours. There we go, right? Oh my word. So this is gonna be an issue for all of these, right? Whoops, okay. Well. I guess we'll just copy the log file then. Yay! Hurrah! No. There we go, all right. Cargo. Okay, so let's open up our TOML and let's add the client to this. So cargo add client. No, cargo new client, you lemon. There we go, right? So client, cargo, no, TOML, file, dependency, joy, workspace, true. Done. And, oh, right. Well, we just wait for the log file to fail us. Unless it uses the log file of the parent, which would be ideal. It probably do that since this hasn't failed yet. Yeah, all that for hello world, eh? It do be like that. Okay, right. So cargo check, cargo run, cargo everything is fun. Cargo run. Okay, so let's do the server thing, right? So multi-pants server. Let's use joy server everything. Actually, let's just do this. Now, generally, you don't want to glob import everything because you have skill issue, but I can do that because I do not have your skill issue. So if you're watching this and you're reaching for the keyboard, I want you to take your fingers, I want you to put them in your mouth because it will also prevent you from saying stupid things. Okay, so there we go. Is this a risk of rain? Risk for rain? Server world. Shit. No, unshit. That's what we needed, right? And then we already get the ratio, so that's fine. So let's pass our thing in. What else do we pass in? The frame time. Whoops, that's supposed to be a 2. iGlob import a lot, Subi. They're coming for you, Rensky. The internet is coming for you if you do that, right? So it can cause issues. It absolutely can cause issues if you do, but we don't care about that. We got other issues to deal with. No. Cargo at Tokyo. Yeah, at all. Cargo run for fun, right? I'm learning Rust, all the basics and clear fundamentals now. I want to make a toy project for practicing more Rust. Any YouTube videos or playlists? Depends on what kind of stuff you want to do, right? Yeah, Prelude is like the glob import, and then you have at the same time, don't have global variables, but here's thread local macro, okay? Here's one's lock, all right? What kind of stuff do you want to do, Ryder? Okay, so s.run. Is that it? That is it. Okay. Will this now crash? Why are you not crashing? Oh, right. Oh, wait. Whoopsie. Maybe I haven't actually implemented the thing, right? Oh, now I remember. I was supposed to, but I didn't. It does nothing. Okay. Okay. We need to know what a client is. We need to keep a list of them. We need to be able to iterate over them, and we need to be able to add and remove them. So let's look at that. Let's look at those requirements, right? We need to be able to iterate over the clients. We need to be able to add, remove clients, and we need to be able to. Well, that's it, right? So to iterate over them, the slab is kind of less good because it could leave a gap. It's not a biggie because you're probably not going to have that many clients, but it can leave a gap, right? What about a push list? A push list is pretty good because a push list, all contiguous memory. Problem with that is that a push list is push and read only. You cannot actually remove from the list. What about the sparse slab then, right? That one is good. It's fast to iterate over, but it's slow to remove from. But removing is like the least of our issues, right? We're not going to have client removal being the biggest, most frequent thing happening, right? Of all the things that happens in the game world, removing a client is going to be the least of your issues, right? So we'll use the sparse ilarsi then, right? Should we define what a client is? We should, but we don't quite know yet what a client is, right? So let's have a client, let's have a connection here, right? Pub struct connection. We don't know what that is yet, what it's going to look like. So we're just going to say connection, right? Did I say client? No, I said connection. Okay, good. All right. So sparse what? No, sparse. I said sparse. Oh, it's just called sparse. Excellent, right? So connections is sparse connection. What is connection? It is... Does it have to be public? Possibly not. Do we have warnings? Yes. Do we mind? Not yet. While we're iterating over the code, we do not mind, right? Okay, so we need to say what key does a connection have, right? If we say that this thing, okay, let's just make a key connection ID here. Right? So if we do this, that's our connection connection ID here, connection ID. Connection. All right, there we go. All right. There we go. All right. So now we have the notion of a connection, right? Oh, can't wait to eat some of that lush pasta. Where are you, my child? Tell me when you're home. Okay. Tell me when you are home and I will make food. Send. Where are we again, right? In this room. Okay. So we create a sparse connection. That one is the slowest operation of sparse is to remove. But again, that's not our biggest issue, right? Instead, we want to be able to iterate over the connections and send data at a reasonable pace, right? So let's see how that's going to work. Right now, here's a conundrum, right? If we actually go ahead with this, we didn't implement this in the example, right? If we go ahead and do this, and we say something like for connection in self.connections, and then connection.send world delta or whatever that we're sending right away. We certainly cannot use a thing there, right? Here's a problem, right? While we're awaiting for the connection to send the data, the other connections can't get anything, right? So we're sort of holding up the rest. Although realistically, this probably just writes into a buffer, and we're most likely not gonna see anything here, right? But since we're not in control of those buffers, we know how big they are, we know how big the chunk that we're sending is, or anything of the sort. Like we don't know this, right? So instead, what we want to do is we want to be able to communicate with a connection through some kind of a handle, right? So we spin up a task for the connection, and then we communicate with the connection through commands instead, right? Hello, Neil Pointer, how you doing? Hello, Celestial, how you doing? Network program, just sync massive binary blobs across client and server in YOLO 8. That is exactly not what we're doing. I want to building a server in Rocket. I think it's good for build scalable API. Okay, so Rocket, bless Sergio. Sergio was on IRC a lot in my beginning Rust journey as Seb K, helping me understand. It's really, really nice dude, right? He doesn't know who I am. Anyway, so he built Rocket RS, but I think that Rocket might be dead, rather. Right? I think Rocket might, if we go to rocket.rs and we look at the GitHub activity there, right? I think this has now gone somewhere else, right? I think this is not being worked on anymore, right? It has been a while since he did some work on this. I'm not saying that it's dead. I'm just saying that there are other options than Rocket that might be interesting, right? Maybe it's feature clips. Sorry, Celeste. Are you new to the world of web? Okay. He had life getting in the way, I bet. Yeah. Really, really lovely guy, but I don't think there's a lot happening here, right? I think this project has stagnated a little bit. There's a lot of comments around this. So if you're going to do web dev where it doesn't even go to his stuff anymore, right? It doesn't even go to Sergio anymore, right? Rocket Web Framework, okay. What else do they have here then? Cool. And I have a website and everything. Look at that. Loads of repositories there, right? But I think if you're going to look at web dev with Rust, you might be more interested in Axum, right? I think Axum is something that is actively worked on, maintained, and this guy, Carl Lech, has, he's got Tokyo RS as his core as well. This guy has been involved in Rust for a very long time. He's the reason why we have Metal.io, and probably why a lot of things look the way they do now in the world of async Rust, right? But this is very, very actively developed, right? So this is possibly something to look at, right? Just saying, right? Axiom is the default choice. It is for me, but Actix Web. So for the longest of times, I would have said Axiom, yeah, sure. But I think Actix Web became something different than what it started, right? So Actix was this actor framework building blocks, basically, right? Because it wasn't really a full-fledged actor framework, if you want to be pedantic and ridiculous about it. And since this is the internet, I do. But only for this. Everything else I don't care. But then other people took over Actix, and Actix Web kind of went its own way. So Actix, the network bits is one thing, and then Actix Web is like a whole different thing, right? I think it's only Actix in spirit at this point, maybe, right? I don't know. Axiom, I think the Axiom project was there was another web project out there that is heavily built on top of Tower, and that is called what? What is that? Is that also something with an A? You had two web frames. So in the beginning, we had nickel and iron. These are really old things. They are probably long since buried, right? Then we got Hyper, but Hyper was created by Sean Monstar, not Sean Monster, which would be something else, right? So Sean Monstar created Hyper in 2000 and early, right? And that kind of became the building blocks for all the other web servers. You were never supposed to use Hyper to build your website with it because there's way too much stuff to implement, right? So you kind of had to settle for one of the other ones. But I think Sean also made a higher level web server, and it's called something, and I can't remember what. So we're gonna have a look now, right? Are we web yet? All right, that's almost how you spell something, right? Blah, 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 blah. Where are the servers? Blah, blah, blah. Server. Where's the servers? Servers. Warp. That's the one I was thinking about. So Warp and Axiom probably came around roughly the same time. And Warp is made by Sean, who we're on a first name basis now, who created Hyper. But I think Axiom became a little bit more popular. So we kind of had Warp and Axiom, and then Actix Web became more popular again. And now it seems like Axiom and Actix Web is what I was trying to say, are like the two main contenders when it comes to web these days, right? So Axiom is way more popular than Actix Web. You have to say Actix Web though, because Actix is the old thing, right? Actix Web, let's have a look at this, right? And let's look at Axiom, because I don't know if this is true, right, anymore. So 26,000, if we look at stars, 26,000 and 24,000 here. Actix Web became a different thing. All right, so this isn't really the Actix that we know from the days of the drama, right? Those of you who were around back then, right? But Actix Web is like a different story, right? But it is definitely a contender to Axiom, right? And you should not think about Actix Web in the sense that Actix was a thing back in the day, right? Tide is another one that was big, but I don't know where Tide is now. So this was made by, who was it that made Tide, who started this? I don't remember who started this, but this was made to be something with very little friction and very like. Is Tori in the same body? No, Tori is a alternative to Electron, Whereas Actix Web and Axum is kind of an alternative to Nginx with some more bits attached to it, right? Axum is downloaded 5 times more frequently per week at the moment, but you can't really look at that though, Rensky, because that depends on, that is kind of like what depends on Axum, right? So I don't think that's necessarily a good metric either, but if I have to choose between the two, I will pick Axum, but I don't think Actix Web is far behind when it comes to popularity, right? But it's difficult to... yeah, I was gonna say it's difficult to decide what a good metric is. GitHub stars is just as a bad metric as anything else, right? Because we can't ask people, what do you do? What do you use? For everyone using these things, it's difficult to know, right? But I maybe another way of putting it is this: if you choose Actix or Axum, Actix Web or Axum, either choice are probably a good choice. You're not going to go wrong with either choice. I think Rocket might be dated, right? People, Axum is down. People, they down Axum. Always make a poll on Xitter and extrapolate it. Nah. If I had to choose based on the name, I pick Gotham. Gotham is very old though, right? Gotham is not. So if we look at are we web yet? If we look at the ones that I have seen, that I remember throughout my time of looking at these things, right? So where did we go, right? Where are the frameworks? Don't we have like a list of frameworks? There we go, right? Actix Web, Gotham is probably quite old at this point, possibly not maintained anymore. Nope, I shall stand corrected. Gotham is still actively maintained. I did not know this. That's cool to know. All right. But I remember Gotham. I remember Rocket. I remember Tide. Warp. Warp was I think Warp is somewhat new. Poem I've never seen. I think this is supposed to be something that contains all the bits, right? So your database and all the other stuff, right? Yeah. So I think this one, if we look at the dependencies of this, we probably find some kind of database driver or whatever in there, right? It even has an MCP server. There you go, right? Don't they have a website for this? I'm just blind and terrible, apparently, but there you go. But Poem was never really on my radar. Salvo, I have never seen. I don't know where that comes from and who started this thing. I think there's very little reason to use Salvo when this looks very similar to something like Axum, right? Well, that's poetry, Celestial. No, there are... I think when people talk about performance on the web, they are usually very misguided when it comes down to it, right? So looking at this, I can't really see a reason why you would use Salvo. It doesn't look like it has anything that Axum doesn't offer you, right? And there is no... Tech and Power. Oh my God. I remember looking at these early on quite frequently. Now, you couldn't pay me to care. I mean, you could, but it's going to be extortionate amount, like £6-7 maybe, right? Okay, but Salvo is the only thing here that I don't really know anything about, right? That's kind of wild, isn't it? That it has 5 million downloads. 12 million downloads. I never heard of this. We use TanStack. It is compiled with Rust, but written in TypeScript. Okay. What happened to Laptos and you? I don't know, Ryan. I'm not sure. Can devs go back to naming the shit more descriptively? None of these names have something to do with the web in the name. No, but that's just the nature of web, right? I mean, to be fair, you're talking to someone who named their not a game engine into Joy because it gives me joy to write code in it in the project, right? And again, I don't expect anyone to use that code, so it's fine, right? Naming things is fun. It can be fun, right? But it can also be a massive headache. The problem is that if you name something generic web framework 1, it's going to be really difficult to like choose between 1 and generic framework 3 because they are vastly different, but they have the same name, right? It is good, right? It is good to have a look at these things. There are other things like that, right? That there's, are we game yet? Are we AI yet? I think is another one. Are we? I don't know. There are many RVs out there, right? But back to this thing here, right? Hang on, my child is replying to me, right? If we were to do this, then we might end up blocking. And more importantly, what if we did this? Whoops. Right. Now we're really struggling because we're now reading from a connection, blocking anything else, right? Are we furry in a community full of programs? Probably the default state of being. Is AIprofitable.com? Is that a thing? Rensky, I am a sucker for clicking on random links. Let's go and have a look at this thing. Everyone's broke. Oh my God. Okay. But to be fair, Facebook wasn't profitable for a very long time, right? Only Nvidia has profit. Yeah. Hardware, yeah. Nvidia has like 253 billion. Is there enough time for that dude to buy another leather jacket then, right? This is kind of insane, right? I don't know what they base this on. And like, what is like revenue from AI? If you if you use AI to vibe code an app and that app makes you a bunch of money, are you then in the green according to this, right? At least DeepSeek's not like sinking too much money. A little bit's going, but yeah, this is a lovely website. Thank you for showing me that. That was fun. Mr. and started doing quite well and balancing the revenue. But there we go. Right? But there's another reason you can ignore that part and you can focus on making. Listen, I think there's a delightful and yet terrible situation that has arisen from this thing, right? And that is this. If all memory and storage is now being hogged by these people, that means that companies like Apple have to focus on making their hardware last longer, okay? Right? How much money have you saved by letting people off ignoring the cost of the AI? That's another question. Apple is for the rich. They just exclude you. But they if you cannot buy the hardware, right? I mean, isn't that what the Apple Neo thing was? Wasn't that like, look, we got all this like legacy crap that we could just put together into a computer and then it turned out to be vastly popular, right? And if a bunch of people buy lower powered products, right? Lower performance products, then we have to write code for these devices, right? So we can't just go, I'm starting my project today. It's going to be done in 2028. By 2028, hardware performance will have gone up by 25%. I'm just making shit up, right? I'm a streamer. What do you want? So I can assume that that's how much performance I will have. So my 12 FPS might be 15 FPS. That was good math right there, right? But the point is that you can reason like that. You could reason like that as a company. But now, when there is no hardware, no new hardware to buy, because all the AI tech bros bought all the hardware, now we have to make do. So your shitty laptop from 5 years ago still has a value, right? And that's a good thing. It's not a good thing that the state of things are the way they are, but in isolation, it's a good thing that we have to be a little bit more like, you can't just spin up another server, right? Because throwing hardware at the problem used to be the default solution. So I gotta do something about my camera because I keep shaking my legs. Maybe I'll mount it from the ceiling at some point. It's all shits and giggles, right? Okay, so if we do it this way, then our connection is somewhat a little bit of a problematic concept here, right? We're blocking, right? We're blocking on the connection. So let's not do that, right? Let's instead draw a little map with a little map that could, right? So, well, let's not draw a map because I got bored of that, right? Let's just define what this thing should do, right? So accepting a new client, that should just stick a client somewhere, right? That's what this is. The predominant work of this guy is going to be something like that, right? Tick in the world, right? Self.world.tick. Tick my world, baby. All right. And then we're supposed to put a frame time in there. Since this is a fixed time step, I'm going to call self.frametime and then we're just going to move on, right? Make that mutable so we can do this, right? You order a handmade artisanal NVMe directly from the source. Exactly, right? That's exactly what you do, right? So how should we actually do this, right? Well, we don't want to block on anything. So instead, we want the server to be able to do things like query inputs, apply inputs in relation to the owner, meaning choose the right choose the right collider and fuck around with it, right? Move it around and shake it all about, right? Apply inputs in relation to the owner. Then we tick the world, which I suppose will be done with the inputs. So we query the input map, and then we apply this to the world, and then we advance. All right, that's going to be in here though, right? Tick the world, which is apply inputs in relation to the owner. And then what, right? Not read inputs here. And then here, right? Send world deltas, right? We're not going to send world deltas just yet because we have to compute what a world delta is. And that's going to be dependent on what the game is doing, right? So we might have to be a little bit creative here, right? Not to mention that not everyone should get the same thing. Let's say that we have 2 players in the world. They have received the full world state. A frame has advanced. They are now being sent world data relevant to their position, right? So maybe the players exist on a map very, very far away from each other, right? So this guy gets the world delta around that, and that guy gets the world delta around that. And then there's a guy over here somewhere like, Kevin, where are you? All right. But then no one knew where he was. But then we get another player joining over here. So his world delta is that, right? Well, it's not a world delta anymore because he needs the entire world state, right? So there's a lot of fun things going on there, right? But that's what I'm saying, Rinsky. We don't know, right? So the way we compute a world delta might not even be possible on the generic server. We might need something that is saying send the world delta or send the world state. So we have an action instead to partake in. Right? We don't know, so it's gonna be a thing, right? Okay. What's this? Why is that blue? I'm looking down. It's like, hey, you shouldn't be blue. It's stuck. It's stuck on Spotify, right? Oh, no, it stopped. Did it stop or did I just... No, now the watch became unresponsive. Why is it doing that? Maybe they just updated the icon and that's it, right? Wow, Wixer, it's almost like you heard nothing of what I just said. Exactly zero of the point I made, right? I am just winding you up, you know that, right? So serious time, Wixer, you're right. Okay, I just want you to know that. Now I'm gonna go back to abusing you, but I just want you to know that you're okay, right? Anyway, right? Put on your listening ears, okay? All right, so apply input in relation to the owner. So how should we organize this? Every time we get a new connection, that connection needs to be able to send us the input and we need to be able to send something to the connection. So we need to have two separate ways of communicating with the connection, right? Or two ways of communicating with the connection, right? So maybe what we do is for every client that we get, actually, this has to return a result. And you know what? I have done something silly, okay? Now, I know that you know that I know that you know, but I have done something silly, okay? It can't be helped. I bet that I shouldn't have, but I have. Anyway, use, anyhow, result. Okay, so what should we do when we run this thing, right? We probably should set up a task for listening to new connections, right? So let's go and look at the server code that we wrote over here, right? It's the wrong server code. There, I got that in the end, right? Bam, 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 bam. Right, we can probably use that. We can do that and that. We'll configure that. We'll configure this. But that's kind of wild, isn't it? Like, how does this work? If we're binding on local v4, all right, hang on. We need to check this out. Right? We need to check this out, right? If we're doing this, okay. Damn it, what do I do? This is too exciting, okay? This is way too exciting, but I have to feed my child. Oh, kids and the need to live, eat, and be well. You have like a latency of 9,000 milliseconds, Wixie, right? Are you just repeating my words back to me, right? Is that what you're doing, right? But without the drawings, okay? So if we do this, will this not work? Okay, so we are saying local v4. Can we change this to any v4 then, right? Is that okay? No, that's an invalid remote address. Why is that an invalid remote address, right? So 140 then. Okay, so that works if we do any v4. What if we say local v4 with, whoopsie. Okay, that guy is also okay with that. What if we did... Well, we're not specifying the address, which is really confusing. Can we, instead of doing this... Maybe we can do this. Maybe that will... Will this work? But I don't see how. But apparently it did work. So this one is probably the same as listening to 0 then. And that's okay. So we're not actually... Oh my god, that's so weird. How would you decide what interface to listen to or anything like that, right? I have to figure that out. Okay, but that's okay. We don't need to do anything with that. That's kind of like an easy fix, right? Hello, Skirsh, how you going? But now I have to undo something, and then I have to go and feed the child. I am not happy as a person, right? I'm very happy. This is very exciting, but I'm gonna have to go on and pass you guys over to someone else for now, right? But did you guys enjoy Christoph's stuff last time? Did you? He just started. A data serialization language for expressing clear API message config files. Okay, I think we should raid Christoph then, right? And deal with that as it comes, right? Right, I will possibly be back after feeding my child and dealing with things, and then we can kind of get on with it, right? But I think we are heading in the right direction. This is going pretty well. I'm pretty excited.